what's up, friends? What's up? Oh, Zelda's already begging for pets. Just gonna set everything up here. Hello, Zelda. She's been very, very needy and entitled lately. She missed me. Yeah, so we're gonna go over today all the stuff I've been up to. Now that the con is over and I actually have the energy to talk about it and go over what I've been up to. Though Zelda's not gonna let me for a while. I gotta set up all the stuff, all the things. So I took my PC with me to New York, which was a little bit of a mistake because I don't know why. I have no idea why this would happen, but like so much of my programs, it's like I reset my computer. All I did was just plug it in at another location, but my Stream Deck's not working. Here it is. Does this work? Hold up, my mute. Test. Yeah, my mute doesn't even work, so that's fun. Zelda, you gotta chill out. Is my I think my be right back works. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on, but I gotta go through and reconfigure everything at some point. But I just wanted to kind of go live today and finally get back into it. I know Zelda's been excited for me too. Just gonna post all the socials and all that kind of stuff. Meow, meow, she says. She exclaims. She's such a goofball. Hey, what's up, Kim? I know. Zelda, I gotta do stuff. Can't be pet. She's actually really, really hairy. She hasn't been brushed. Hasn't been brushed in over a week. I gotta get to that. I've been so exhausted since the convention. It was wild. Overall, an amazing turnout. Yeah, I can't even express how rad it was. I mean, it was something that I went in with the lowest of expectations, and that's just something I do with everything in life. You know, I just, you know, as long as I went there and had fun, to me that was going to make it all worth it. Because there's nothing worse than, you know, having huge expectations and being let down, and something like this where I had such a massive time commitment and all the money I spent on you know, being able to do it. it was like, well, I need to really have the lowest of expectations and to be putting all this into it just for the experience and to have fun. And anything extra, then hey, it's gonna be even better. And yeah, that's exactly how it went. It was amazing. We had, I don't even know how many. I mean, we had at least probably 600 people stop by the booth. In terms of people playing the game, at least, like probably half of those. So probably a few hundred people actually playing the game. And, it was one of those things where I went into it expecting that, people would pick up the controller for 10 seconds, put it down, walk away. And, no, it wasn't like that at all. It was, so few people actually played it, less than a few minutes. It was crazy. And I would say the majority of people got to the boss battle or finished the boss battle in the demo. And that to me was crazy. One of the things that I think really helped carry us was there was this stamp rally. And the way the stamp rally worked was there were 9 games and everybody had to go and find the booths for those 9 games. And you would get a stamp from that booth if you did something like wish list the game on Steam, play the demo. For my booth, I was asking for wish list, but I was just like super relaxed about it. I didn't really care because we had so many people at the booths. Like, there just wasn't time to really like hassle people about like doing something. And then the other thing is instead of stamps, we did wax seals. And that was really like a game changer for us. So like basically what was happening, to finish up explaining with the stamp rally. So basically when you get all the stamps, you got entered into a rally for a prize, and there was a rally for each booth. So for me, it was a game collection for games that inspired me to make Heredity. So Zelda, can I help you? I've been petting you this whole time. She acts like I don't pet her all day, every day. How's the audio coming through on here? I'm just gonna actually play a little bit while I chat. So anyways, as I was saying, so we did wax seals, and actually turned out to be way smarter of a move than I realized, because what was happening was people would come to the booth and we would ask, do you want a stamp or do you want a wax seal? And of the 600 people who came by, everyone except 2 people wanted the wax seal. Everyone just thought it was the coolest thing. And so what was happening with that is you'd have to wait 20-30 seconds for the seal to get poured on, stamp it, and dry it, right? And everyone was more than willing to wait that for the wax seal just because they just thought it was so cool. But during the time, they would pick up the controller and they would start playing, and then by the time they got their card back, they wouldn't just grab the card and walk away, they would continue to play. And for me, that was really validating, because they could have just walked away once they got it, but instead they chose to stay. And for me, that was awesome, because it just meant that Zelda, you gotta chill out. I've been petting you. I've been petting her for hours. I'm not even joking. I've been petting her for hours. She's just been so demanding. But as I was saying, it's more like, it's like where, you know, we probably only would have had like a quarter of the people come to the booth than we had with the stamp rally. And it's like the stamp rally brought the people, but what was validating about it was the game kept the people at the booth. And that was really, well rather, the wax seal, you know, held the people at the booth long enough for them to pick up the game, and then the game picked up the booth. And that was really awesome for me to see, and just to watch everyone enjoy the demo and everything. Enjoy the game. So, you know, overall feedback was extremely positive. You know, and that's not to say that the game definitely has a lot of things that need to be made better about it, right? And it's still very, very undercooked. But it kind of showed me that, you know, I am onto something that I think is special here, and yeah, it just felt really good. You know, any of the criticism that I got are just like, you know, things that I can fix, right? Just you know, game design things here and there. Because I don't know, you know, I always had that worry that I spent so much of my life on this game, and you know, I don't want it to be, you know, so bad that this is all fixing it, right? So, I mean, I know that's like just a ridiculous kind of fear or worry, but I mean, that's just, you know, I've spent 4 years on this, and I've spent a lot on this, and spent a lot of time and energy on this, and it's just, yeah, it's like a massive commitment for me, and it's a massive passion, and it's, and you know, like I was saying earlier, you know, I go into this with the perspective that I'm doing it for me, right? Because even though, you know, playtesting shows people are really enjoying this game, it doesn't mean that I'll finish it and people will buy it, right? There's still like this, I mean, the industry's really tough. Even if you haven't done it, it doesn't mean that people are going to see it. Usually it doesn't even get a chance. You know, there's so many obstacles in the way for game dev, and you know, really, this is just giving me validation on one of the obstacles where it's like, okay, I have something that people are enjoying, and that's awesome. But there's so much more to go. Not even talking about obstacles. Also, there's a lot more game I need to make. Like, there's a lot more game I need to make. And, like, this is closer to a prototype than it is a real game right now. Yeah, it's just so I'm going into this with, you know, well, how do I handle it all moving forward? Because it's just me on a daily day. You know, hire people on a main pocket, and you know, that takes time and money, and yeah, I mean, it's a big process, and spending a lot of my life on it. So it's like, you know, how do I make this time, the rest of this development time, something enjoyable, and also at the same time build a community of people who will, you know, how do I spread the word about it? How do I get people interested? How do I get people to wish list? How do I get people to buy it and actually release it? You know, there's so many things, right? And so I really just think that is continuing to grow newer and newer with the game development, making it completely open and transparent, bringing people in on it. You know, if you're part of the Discord community, you've seen a bunch of people join recently, and that's awesome. I completely redid the Discord server, and now we have this like playtester role. And right now you can get it through Patreon, but also like if you just like I'll just give it to you. And I also have like coupons for like the free Patreon. It's not really like Patreon allows me to start building that controlled community. But you're not allowed to have like a free tier on Patreon. So it's not really about the subscription to me. And maybe someday it will be if it's something that I feel like, like I don't want to monetize anything about this game until one, I believe the value of it is worth a few dollars that I would ask for it. But also will the money if I get 10 people subbing for $3, $30 a month, like obviously I'm grateful for that, but that's not like something that's going to make a significant difference in the development of the game, right? My voice is still a little shot. It's not gonna make a huge difference, right? And it buys me some coffees and that's every penny counts, obviously, right? But I'm not comfortable really taking people's money unless I believe it's going to significantly accomplish what they'd be giving their money for, and that would be the completion of the game and accelerating the completion of the game, right? And maybe someday I do have a community of a few hundred people who are willing to give a few dollars from me, and we're talking about like $1,000, right? That would be significant. So it's really just right now to build that community, and then over time, if the option to actually have some sort of like subscription tier to support men's development comes up, maybe I will. But and if it's something a lot of people are interested in helping me with, right? Maybe then. But honestly, I'm not planning on that. It's more just like I'm setting the foundation for building a community that will allow me to do anything in the future that I might want to do. And the plan that I'd like to follow through on is trying to find a publisher next year. I'm not ready for that yet. In fact, everything that I showed up at the time was basically the bare minimum of what I was willing to show public. And, from here on, I'm going to continue to show, I'm going to continue to post builds on the Discord and show off, the development and just lean harder into that. But this is the baseline. This is the bare minimum for this game. And it's only going to get better from here. And I really want to, I think there's a couple things about the game and the demo right now that are very important. So for instance, I don't have two of my major game hooks in the demo, and that's the character customization and that's the rhythm-based combat. And that's huge. Those are the things that I think make the game unique. And that was another thing that was so validating and motivating about the con. Even without those hooks, a lot of people told me, hey, I really like this. I think I see where its influences are, but I also think that it's its own thing. And that means a lot to me, right? Because that's, and so I still want to work those things in soon, right? Like that's what I really want to be working on in the next few months, before the end of the year, before I start looking for a publisher. some game design things that I know I need to fix. One of the biggest things is just the screen clarity, you know, things on the screen and organization and clarity of what's going on. You know, things blending, you know, I need to make sure that things that are consumable, lootable, enemies, main characters, all the important significant things are really popping through on the screen. And that's something that I feel like hasn't really completely been ironed out well yet. And I don't think that's like something that can't be fixed. But I do think I leaned a little too hard into making the game look nice and without considering the gameplay implications and people being able to just look at you know play the game and have everything that's supposed to be seen shine through. So that's what I think I'm going to be doing from here on. And I think that's what I'm going to be chatting about mostly today. One of the things you might have noticed right away that is new is the light beams on the chunks for the characters, the enemies that die, and that was like a seriously needed. Actually, this is a perfect example. All the chunks that would be in that tall grass there, you wouldn't be able to see, and now you can see. Now there is a little bit of I wonder about the color, right? Because right now it's the blood color, which does match the scene a lot, but I do think it's fine because it still is this like unnatural vertical line in the game that screams like pick me up, there's something here, right? And I think that's something that works with the color and allows the color to be something that blends in a little bit more, because the visual just pattern of it is what sticks out the most. Now, am I just coping and am I just hoping that's the case? Maybe. You know, this is something I'm going to need to play test with people, and that's, you know, one thing I've learned the most is that it's very easy to think that you're following good game design, but then someone picks up the controller that's never played the game before and they're completely confused about something different. So that's something I'm gonna have to play test still. However, I did do I tried out some options. You know, I had a friend the other day who stopped by and played it, and he said, I don't really know if I like the color. I think white would be better, but honestly, white. And I had that thought too, like, oh, maybe it blends in with the environment too much, right? But what I found is when it doesn't match the environment, it actually sticks out like way too much, in a way that's distracting and doesn't feel right. So So does it have to be one of those two? No, there's probably other options that maybe I haven't thought of yet. Maybe I won't end up using these beams in the long run. There's some other way to do this. But for now, I think the colors are what works. Now the other thing is well, there's a lot of these beams on the screen, and that can create a lot of visual clutter on the screen, and I think that's maybe the thing that I'm most worried about right now in terms of, how well does this work? Because there's a few chunks that come from every enemy. So, if you've killed 20 enemies and they have 3 chunks each, well, that's 60. It's 60 beams on the screen in a big cluster, right? So I think what I really just need to do is make it the best that I can be, and see how they do it. If they're really, really confused about it, still, really do not like it. Maybe I need to explore some other options, other than the ones. For now, I personally really like them. I think that it screams pick me up, which is really good. There's a lot of people who were confused about the chunk stuff, and I didn't have a tutorial that basically just states pick up the chunks to stop enemies from respawning. The thing is people aren't going to read the tutorials, period. Half of them might, the other half won't. And if the other half that doesn't read the tutorial doesn't understand the game because they didn't read the tutorial, and then gets frustrated at it and puts the controller down and doesn't want to play it anymore, well, you can say it's their fault for not reading the tutorial, but at the end of the day, it's your game that they put down, your game that they got frustrated with and don't want to play anymore. And so that's a problem that you need to fix, and that's why so you always have to take that step back. Well, if they're not going to read, then how else do we need to communicate this feature? I think for this feature that so many people are struggling with, it's going to help a lot to have people see those light beams and which just kind of scream pick me up. So I'm expecting this to kind of fix that issue, but we'll see. The other thing is that it just feels good. It makes it feel more like loop. You know what I mean? It starts the dopamine machine going, and that's really what I go for in this game. So I think it continues to add to the vibe that I really want for this game. Now, one thing that I think is becoming more and more clear, it's the camera angle. It's too low, it's too close, even though and that's another one of those things that I think it looks cool, right? It looks cool to be in there and see the higher res textures, because normally 2D games like this, the characters aren't so detailed, and things, the props aren't so detailed. So I wanted to really zoom in there, and I can still do that with cutscenes and scripted events, but it really just comes down to the game just feels better when the game feels better to play when the camera is out, something like this. And so I think I need to play around with camera angles like this more, and that can also start to help with where things are on the screen, identifying everything. So yeah, another another thing I'm going to really lean into. And honestly, having the camera angle out like this, and then when it's time for like a dialogue or cutscene and have it zoom in, might even more like emphasize that cool factor a little bit more, right? Because it shows the game's a little like more versatile. This is a great scene to make my point, where you kind of see where everything is. And like this is kind of a weird level anyway, because there's all the grass in the middle, so like the whole concept of it is kind of like obscure vision. But I don't know, like, and maybe this is just, it's so hard, right? Because I'm the one that has hundreds of hours playing my own game. So I don't ever feel like I'm having trouble identifying things on the screen ever. But it is something that I hear from people who are playing the game for the first time. And yeah, I mean, it's something that I need to improve. But it also makes me feel like, you know, maybe it's more of a temporary issue than a long-term issue. You know, as I make it better and as, you know, people will play the game more, the issue won't be too bad. I do have this feature where when enemies are aggroed, they brighten up. And I think I need to lean into that even more. But this camera angle, I think a camera angle like this is really what I need. All right. Oh, interesting. Seeing I think my Go XLR, see, my Go XLR got all screwed up. I think my audio's a little screwed up. Hold on. Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo. I should have figured this out first. Let's see, my mic, let's see, mic properties, mic, there it is, default, mic, test, all right, there we go, that was better. I'm gonna like test it though real quick, test. Alright, that's way better. My bad on that, guys. Man, my allergies have been wrecked lately. I might go take a hit of some Flonase real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I think I've just rambled long enough. I gotta start figuring this out. What do I want to do? All right. So let's cut the game and let's start making a list. What are the things I want to do? So this is my anime remaining list. I don't need to worry about that anymore. Let's call this the Retro Games GameCon demo. So what are the things I need to do for this demo? I've got 6 weeks for Retro Games Con in Syracuse. It's going to be awesome. Okay. So I think that do I need to do anything else with those light beams? I'm not sure. I think the light beams are pretty good. I think actually, you know what we're gonna say? I'm gonna say light beam / gore chunk feature. Honestly, and let's just do that right now because we've been, I just went over it and it's something I feel like I'm very, very close to getting done. Let's see where, actually, let's go to a demo scene. I think this is a good one to try it out on because I actually think there's some issues with this scene. I think one of the things that I think I need to do a little bit more sparingly is the glowing ground. I think it looks really, really cool, but it does screw with things a little bit when it comes to combat. And so, as I said before, when enemies enter combat, they brighten up. I think I might do something similar when combat starts. Some of the bright lights in the environment will dim a little bit. Because this whole area here is, it's just very bright. And I think that a lot of things get lost in it when they're in there. And honestly, this Devile here, this is one of the biggest culprits for blending into the environment. In fact, I don't even think that he has a brighter version for when he enters combat, and that is an issue. Yeah, okay, so there's a lot that I can do in this scene right now to make it a little more gameplay friendly. There's the camera, there's the path, there's the chunks. You might have noticed that the chunks that we're dropping were slightly different color than normal as well. I need to tweak that a little bit, but I do think that making the chunks darker and just letting the beams be the thing that that make them stand out is a better move. So I'm going to kill everything off here. So right now, I know that's a weird color. That's actually kind of a bug right now. It's not supposed to be that color, but I'm gonna use it right. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna pause it right here. And oh, okay. Okay, he still respawns. I turned respawning off for everybody else. Just gonna kill him. Yeah, the way he blends in is like actually really bad. I'm surprised I didn't fix that for the anime NYC demo, because I do just, yeah, it's that one is really bad actually. So I'm gonna go into his abilities and I'm gonna turn off his respawn. Okay. There we go. And so what can I do to these parts to make them? So for instance, let's just click on one of these chunks. This one right here. So I think the color of the beams is good. They do stand out. They don't have the blending problem really. But I do think that the colors of, all right, so I'm gonna crank the saturation to be a little better, to more what it was. How do I? Actually, this might be a problem with, there might be a problem with actually reconfigure. Oh, here we go. I don't think that worked. I'm trying to think how I can force this thing to update the color during gameplay. There just might not be a way to do that. No, I don't think there's a way. So what we are gonna do then is one thing I should probably do, and it's gonna take a little bit more time to do this, but it will be worth it in the long run, is configure all this stuff off of a config file and then have an option that forces the color to update every frame based on that config file being a scriptable object, and then being able to configure that scriptable object in real time during runtime, and not only be able to see the color reflect itself real time, but also it will save those values during runtime. And so I don't have to worry about going back and making those changes after I end play mode. So I think that's something I want to do now. Just looking at this, there's a couple things, right? Like the eyes. We shouldn't, well, like the eyes are funny, like they're dead, you know, their eyes are still looking up, but it's that's the kind of stuff that's gonna make clarity really hard. I think that there's probably better ways to handle the, I think like the limbs standing up like this, it makes it kind of look weird. I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely some things that we can change here. A lot of things, a lot of polish to be had here. Now, one thing I noticed that I'm already doing is that blood colors are turned black during in the gore chunks, but I'm only seeing that on the hoarder right here. I don't see that. I think the tongue would have been, it would have meant the tongue should be black. But you know what the thing is I don't want to have any of those like rules where it's like, oh well, everything that's this color should be this color instead now. I want to avoid that. All right, so let's dive into that. So I think I have those scripts already up because I was doing some things to them earlier. Yeah, Gore Chunk. But then there's the, okay, no, it's these ones. Ahigu Chunk appearance and Hoarder Chunk appearance. And they inherit from the regular appearance classes. Man, I almost want to make this like something that is just applicable to all appearance classes. Honestly, I probably already have something that's like this. Like let's go into Hoarder appearance right now, and there is no other class that is higher up. So that means that, oh no, there is a character Skell Anim appearance, which Hoarder appearance does not inherit from. Oh, you're seeing some ugly design here, people. Yeah, that's something I probably should like fix up or like make comment or somewhere or another. Yeah. So let's look at the character one. Character skeleton anim appearance. So the thing about this is it kind of implies that it's a skeleton animation. You know, it requires a skeleton animation, and I think that's fine because almost everything that I have is skeleton animation, but at the same time there are some other things that could be tied to the character's appearance. You know, the shadow on the ground. I don't know, anything else, like any kind of like anything, I don't know, particle effect maybe. I don't think I have anything like that in there right now for characters, but you know, I might someday. Zelda, which one? Such a bellyacre. She just will not stop lately. She wants so much attention. He needs so much attention. All right. Yeah, I feel like these appearance classes have really gotten out of hand. Just because it's just one of those things where you create them without really knowing the full design that you need, and then it's like 3 years later, and now look at them and they're just kind of a bit of a mess. And it's like, do I really want to like do a full refactor of these classes? Oof. I mean, there's a lot that would go into that, right? One of the things I think I need to do though is check in the loot beam, the light beam. I think honestly they're in a pretty good place, at least a checkpoint. So I'm just going to check those in, and that way if I do start making some changes here to the appearance classes and I make a mistake, I go too far, or you know, I can easily revert it. Zelda, you gotta chill out. Okay. Aren't you CP? You love to take naps. Take a nap. He's using my hat to scratch her cheeks. All right. Okay, let's see. One second. Oh, you know what? I need to update the wish list because we had a massive boost in wish list thanks to anime. Nothing like nothing that's gonna I didn't double the numbers, but I definitely had some good growth with it. Let's see where I'm at. I'm now at 438. So that is going to be a fun one to type in. Where is my wish list? Goal. Here we go. Wish list. Better goals. Custom. We went up 135. Cool. Beautiful. Cool. Yep. Gotta love those numbers. Okay. All right, back on task here. So it looks like we do have this config file here that says, oh, this is for hoarders. Let's do a Higu's first. Higu anim appearance. Character color data. Okay, so we do have a config file that we can use, and it is sectioned off by the blood type, I believe. Yeah, by blood type. Cool. So that already exists. So so then it probably just is configuring that file is all we really need to do. One thing I'm happy to show off is we now have a soundtrack on Spotify by Mario, who's doing a killer job with it. I'm just gonna put this on. All right, let me test the volume real quick. That works. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at our Higu character. Blood Higu. I believe that's the base class, or the base prefab for all these guys. And so the Higu chunk appearance, a Higu color config. Okay, here we go. Nope, that's not what we want. That's the skin config. Biome Higu character color data. Here we go. This is the one that we want. So I think part of the problem is I actually overrode these settings for the Devile ones that are in the demo. Yeah, lock colors. So we're actually going to revert that to what it should be. Yeah, I think that works. And instead, we're just going to configure this data right here. I notice there's two of these. Now, I was like so stressed for the deadline for the demo for anime that I did so many hacky things just because I had to get them done. So I'm definitely going to be cleaning up some of that stuff for a little while. So right here we can see where things are straying from the normal Devile colors. We have a lot of red and stuff in here, and we don't want those colors. In fact, these are the colors that are used. So I'm going to open this up. It's properties. Alright, we gotta check out this file so we can edit it. Let's close these up. We don't need any of these. Alright, Devile. This is the one that we're looking for. So, interestingly enough, there is no... Oh. I do wonder if we are using this for the main. Actually, take a look at this. So for the main one, we are we have locked colors. So this is the colors for the main one. So that does tell me that we do need to update this with the colors in here. So I'm just gonna take it one by one. Okay, and then it looks like for the combat, we had some. We're just gonna make the combat colors the same for right now, and then we'll brighten them up after. And here's our death colors. Those should be passed off to the chunks. Interestingly enough, I don't know if it's doing that. I definitely feel like things are a little bit of a mess here, but I don't think that things are too far off. Okay. So for these, we're making sure that we're not hard coding any of the colors. And we're just gonna play now and see what happens. I apologize for the allergies. I normally have my foot switch to mute my allergy noises, but for some reason it's not hooked up. Okay, yeah, it looks like everything is hooked up right for colors. Okay, yep, and that's when we and so that's for when we damage them there, their armor breaks away. Yeah, oh, chunks are a nice white color right now. That's interesting. So that does tell me that we are not there's definitely, oh, you know what, the tongue is orange. So I think what's happening there actually is we're not configuring the right color type to the right slot, which is that possible? I don't know. Let's take a look. So here's the color config. And we're gonna check this out. And we're gonna say devile. Trying to think how this works. The chunks are just an animation. I don't think this is the problem. We are hooked into this one and not the other one. Okay. I wonder if I change death primary to something like green, if that would make those chunks green. I want to try that actually. It does. Okay, so something is plugging those colors green. It's doing the primary. Okay, so we are using those death colors, but that tells me then that the slots, something's using. All right, let's take a look at character color. Uh-oh. Oh wow, we just ran out of space. I really have to really gotta clear out my hard drive. Is it my C? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. C barely has anything. Need to get like a really big hard drive for all of my VODs and everything. Okay, so what were we up to? We were trying to find what's the thing? Okay, here we go. So we have skin data. Okay, that's not what we need. We need color data. And everything. File. I actually wonder if this is a bug with the death primary death color. What's the name of that? Death primary. Oh, we're on case. There we go. A Higu Chong appearance. Yeah, everything's going into the right thing here. So that means somewhere we're configuring the primary color to those chunks. I might actually need to open up the spine file to really see what's going on here. So let's vial. And where is the... I wonder if this is something that's like, I never configured it. Chunk left and chunk right. Oh, these are slots. Oh, did I literally never update? I never added the skin. No, it's because it's not a skin. It's a slot. Oh, no, yeah, chunk left, chunk right, chunk top. Well, there we are. It's secondary color. Okay. So somewhere along the way, we're plugging that with primary color. What's going on here? I could try to debug this, though. It'll be a little annoying. Death primary, yeah, because it's the death primary that's getting put in there. The question is, though, is it using the standard one and not the Devile one? That could be what's going on here, because I bet cycle. Where's default? Okay, this probably explains it. The default is the primary color, so something is telling those chunks that we're the default skin. Okay, are we the default skin? No, it doesn't make, that doesn't make any sense that we're the default skin. However, we might be wearing the default skin. Oh, this is getting interesting. I didn't think I'd have such a little riddle to solve. Getting exciting. Let's see. I do have a thing here that basically, oh, I bet that is the case, because what's telling this, okay, this is really tricky. So the way these guys work is that as you damage them, they lose their armor. And we do that through, there it is. Okay, we do that through skins. And okay. Oh, but it's so weird because it's like the skin thinks it's okay. No, this is fine. This is actually fine, and it's a really easy fix, I think, because we don't use the primer. Okay, no, this is fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got it under control. All this really means is we need to set this to a color that's meaningful, and I think that we start with the color that we would normally have, and we lower the brightness on it a lot, like almost half. And I'm gonna boost the saturation on it just to see what that does. Give it a try. I should add in a hook that allows me to configure this stuff on the fly still. All right. Start killing. Come on, when do you die already? There we go. Okay, yeah, see, those are a little better. I honestly think that it could be a little darker. But those are better. We should also kill the whites of the eyes. And the problem, I think, with that, though, is that the whites of the eyes are explicitly set to have no color. And that actually might be okay, because that might be something we can color in the spine project for the animation. So let's watch this. So in state, we're going to go chunk top. There it is. And then we're gonna select these. Yeah, okay. Left eye and right eye, and we're just going to lower the brightness on them a little bit. Probably to, I don't know, half is a good way to start it. And pupils, we can, okay, so did I key that? Let's see. Nominal. Okay, no, I did not do that right. This is something that we need to key. So maybe I need to change it at the texture level. I don't know. Can I do what I'm trying to do? It doesn't seem like it's keying. I could have sworn there was a way to key. Oh wait, it is. It's considering it a deform. Oh no, that was when I was okay. Maybe I can't do this the way I thought I could. Yeah, I might not be able to. So that might mean I need to change the eyes explicitly. Yeah, this is wild to me. I thought there was like a way to... I could have swore there was a way to change color in spine. Maybe I'm thinking through skin, and skin won't work. Yeah, skin won't work. Okay. So unfortunately we do need to figure out a way to handle this. Because if I go to here and I type default, somewhere in here is, yeah, okay, left eye and right eye, and those are set to no color, and that's the problem here. We need to have it set to a color category. I actually have like half the mind to just completely ditch these color categories for characters in particular, because I just feel like they're so limiting. Like this is just case in point right here of like how we do these things, and really it should, instead of like having this be a color category, it's rather a color. And so it does get a little more complicated, because that means I then need to go in and color every slot for every character for every blood type, which obviously will get really tedious. But at the same time, I just think that's where we are in the game right now, where I just can't like, even though it's tedious, like that's what it takes, right? Yeah, it's just what it takes. And it's gonna suck because that's a lot of work to do. Like that's a huge refactor. So I just sit here and stall. Yeah, I just don't think that there's any other way to do. Hey, what's up, King Yummy? He's in the party with the hacker Zoe. Zelda looks at me like, does that mean you get to pet me now? What a goofball. Zelda, I've been petting you this whole time. You've demanded pets from me all day, and you won't give up. You've got hours of pets from me today. Where is the... Oh. Okay, so now the other thing I can do is add another category, but I think I really just think it's time to do the change. And yeah, I just think it's time to do the change, really. Yeah. Hey, Fernando. What's up? Also, it looks like my tags aren't working in chat, or maybe they are. I don't know. Either way, welcome. I'm making a game. It's a Fernando. What's up? But yeah, I'm making this game on stream. It's a little bit of like a twin stick action RPG, trying to bridge the gap between games like Vampire Survivor and Hades. You know, where you have, you know, something where you can kind of just have good gameplay, but also have it be a little chill and relaxing, turn your brain off and just vibe. And yeah, I've been at it for a few years. They are two very good games, yeah. So I'm just trying to bridge the gap on those quite a bit, and I'm doing it mostly solo, so I'm just doing it on Twitch here. And I got my cat Zelda here, who does not let me actually work on the game. So I do have a Steam page. If you just search Heredity, it is up. But what I do have is the build on Discord. And I think all that info is basically, all that info is in my, I think in my bio and on my cosmocat.dev link. And if you go on there, there's like a play tester role where you can download the game and everything, and it's all hooked into Patreon and everything. But honestly, you know, I just hand it out to anyone who actually wants to play it and everything. So, oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. No, so I don't do the art. There's a couple things I don't do. I don't do the art and I don't do the music, and I hire those out basically out of my own pocket. Yeah, thank you very much for that follow just then too. So yeah, I do all that stuff out of pocket pretty much. So, you know, when I say I'm a solo dev, I just mean day to day, I'm the only person who works on this game, and everything else is just like, you know, stuff that I can contract out, you know, when I save up the money out of my own pocket. But yeah, I just actually had a pretty I had a pretty good showcase at Anime New York City last week. We had hundreds of people playing the game. It was really rad, and right now I'm just kind of making some tweaks to the game based on some feedback that I got. But overall, feedback was really awesome. Do you work on this as a hobby project? As your main job? No, I have a day job, and this is all just something I do with my free time. And you know, the game still has like quite a bit to go, and so in order to kind of bridge that gap, you know, for me being a, you know, mostly solo dev, working on the project, you know, out of my own pocket, all that kind of stuff with a day job, I just you know, I'm streaming the development online just to kind of create a open and transparent development process, so it can be fun for everyone in the you know, in the meantime, people can join in on the Discord community and give you know, play the demo, give feedback, just see the whole iteration process. I would like to find a publisher maybe next year, because obviously, like, I don't want to have a day job. I don't want to be doing this the way I've been doing it, but it's just the way it goes right now, right? So yeah, no, I appreciate you giving me a follow and wish listing, and all that stuff really helps. I like, oh my god, this is awesome. So I'm playing the soundtrack right now on Spotify for the game, and this is the actual song that gets played during this boss battle, just completely by coincidence. It did just end, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I've it's you know, I have like 4 years into this already, and yeah, there's a lot about it that I've polished, but then there's a lot about it that I still need to do. I think I'm at a really good point, you know, where I was able to make this demo and for that convention, and it went really well. People loved it, which was just awesome, very validating and motivating for me. But at the same time, it's like I have like high aspirations for the game, and so there's still quite a bit left, you know, more than a year for sure, and I'm, you know, really hoping it's less than 2 years, but it really just comes down to, you know, what kind of support can I get from a community, from a publisher. You know, to me, I'm gonna be working on this game until it's done and whatever it needs, right? But so it might take longer than that if I don't get support, but you know, I'm just doing it for myself and for anyone who wants to tag along and have fun with me with it. So yeah, like so yeah, today we're working on some of the feedback that we got. One thing is you know, visual clarity on the screen, you know, keeping important things from blending into the screen too much. So just working a little bit on that. Hey, I just see you joined the Discord. Thank you very much. I am going to give you that playtester role. So if you go to playtest download now, that's where I post the builds, and you'll be able to play the build that I showcased in New York City last week. Do I have do I have upgrades similar to Vampire Survivor? Yeah, actually, all of that is so that's actually one of the places where I need to focus next on the game. I do have this system in place already of upgrading all the weapons and abilities. So you know, all the properties you can think about, you know, like for instance, I take a lot of inspiration from Binding of Isaac. So I went into this game with a system like that in mind, where I wanted pretty much every property about an ability to be configurable in some sort of way. So I have a system where all of that stuff is in place. You know, like I can add, you know, I call them mods, you know, mods to increase the range of a weapon, to increase the size of a projectile, to increase the speed of it. All of those things, that's all in place. But what is missing right now is a structured way to progress and unlock them in the game. And to be completely honest, right now the game is mostly like this big open sandbox, and I do have some story scripted stuff, but that's something I only really started to work on in the last couple months. And that's the direction I want to go into, right? Like I want there to be kind of like a Hades style you know, story, and when I say style of story, I mean more like the pacing of it, like where it's there but it's not too much in your face. But yeah, no, there's definitely going to be a lot of upgrades. The whole thing with this is I just want it to feel good, and my cat will just not let me leave her alone today. She is just so demanding. But yeah, I mean, that's all the stuff I'm kind of working towards. Right now, the way it works is when an enemy dies, they drop blood. You consume the blood, and that naturally then upgrades your weapon through a series of tiers. So like as you're playing, you know, your weapons get faster and your movement gets faster, and but I don't think that's really the way. It's like I said, it's very open sandboxy right now, and I want to structure it in a more just in a better way for, you know, something like you'd expect from a game. But yeah, I don't know. That's the stuff that's going to be coming late, you know, for the rest of the year here. Just really trying to iron out, and then by the end of the year, I'd like to have all the main systems like pretty much figured out for the game, and then from there is just creating content. So let's see. Let's start this up again. Another aspect of the game is all of the attacks and everything are all in sync with the music, and that doesn't really cut through too well yet into gameplay, but it's something I want to lean harder into. So like you should be able to hear this. These are 16th notes, so like I can like shoot the laser in a way that kind of creates a beat to the music, and then all the other things, like all these things are basically all the sound effects are hooked to a beat interval with the music. And like I said, it doesn't really come out very well right now. But that's another thing I'm going to be working on really hard the rest of the year to have it shine through and have it just feel good. So one thing I want to do right now is these characters, when they enter combat, I'd like them to brighten up a little bit and stand out more against the environment, because I do think that they blend in a little bit too much, especially the guy in the middle here. His colors are pretty much exactly the colors of the environment, and especially this whole center area, he just really blends in easily. These guys, the slimes aren't too bad. Another thing I want to do is I think that this scene in particular for sure could benefit from a camera like that's probably further out like this. And then, you know, it's kind of one of those things that as the camera goes out, you have a better view of everything, but things get smaller, and so it becomes more important for things to stand out. Like I feel like the devil here actually blends in more now because of the camera, and so that's something that where he can, you know, really use brighter colors. So let's take a look at what config file he is using. The nice thing about this is I already have the groundwork in place for color lerping when combat begins. Where is this guy? Actually, I don't think I even need to find him. I think I could probably find the config file on my own. Let's see how well I know my project. Data, generic data. Not that. Let's see. Maybe I don't know my project very well. All right. Let's open up the character. So we're gonna look at the skeleton animation appearance. Somewhere here is a script that does this stuff. Here it is. Cosmetic. Okay. I understand now. So the torso. Another aspect of the game is every character in the game has mix and matchable limbs. So legs, torso, both arms, and head can be mixed and matched in any combination. And that's another thing that doesn't really come through very well, but it goes back to the whole Binding of Isaac influence, where I want, you know, each limb has its own abilities, own attacks, etc. And I want to be able to create synergies between them to really be able to make your own unique character, or, you know, create builds for certain situations, etc. And like I said, another thing that I haven't really refined too much, but the system is in place already and it does work. Oh, wow. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate that. Codis Seris, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you very much. That is huge. Hello. What's going on? Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Cody and Shadow, what's up, guys? We're just working on a video game here. Video game I've been working on for about 4 years. All right, well, I'll give you the pitch real quick since we got a bunch of people here. So this is a game I've been working on mostly solo for about 4 years now. When I say mostly solo, day to day, it's just me. I do hire out people here and there, art and music, out of my own pocket. I do no publisher, no funding, just a day job. And so really what I'm trying to make here is something that bridges the gap between games like Vampire Survivors, which is like the, you know, vibe out, turn the brain off and just kind of chill. And games like Hades, which, you know, have a little bit more complicated, in-depth gameplay. So I really just want something that you can turn your brain off at the end of the day and just have fun killing things and have it feel good. Well, at the same time, you know, you don't have to focus too much and you can kind of just get in the groove of the game and just enjoy killing things but you know, and that's one of the things I love to do with Vampire Survivors, which is an amazing game, but at the same time would sometimes leave, you know, a little bit more to be desired, right? So that's kind of what I'm going for here. And thank you much for the follow, Cody. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But yeah, no, I actually just showcased the game last week at Anime New York City to several hundred people, and that was really rad. I have the build on my Discord if anyone wants to check it out, and I would play it right now for you guys, but it seems like they really wanna build the shaders. So I'll introduce you to Zelda here. This is Zelda. She is our channel mascot, as Fernando already showed everyone with the emojis. But yeah. And that was Zelda. She's been pretty relentless today. I have no idea what's going on with Unity right now. I've never seen it try to rebuild shaders like this. Picked a great time. Oh, thank you very much, Fernando, for linking the Steam page there. But yeah. I mean, wish lists are super appreciated. What the hell is going on here? Can I stop this? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play the build. And I'll show you guys just what I've been up to. Oh, thank you so much. Up the Steam page and everything. Hello, Zelda. Yeah, so this is the demo that I showcased last week. And I actually made this demo in 5 weeks. I've been working on what essentially is the engine of the game. You know, obviously I'm working in Unity engine, but everything that makes this game, I've been working on for 4 years. Like I said, like just mostly on my own. And, but up until like recently, it's just been like this big combat sandbox that I've just been kind of having fun with, you know, making like the abilities and you know, I have a whole system of swapping limbs and abilities and synergizing attacks and abilities and all of that. And yeah, so I've been leaning into that really hard the last several years. And now it's time to kind of like make it a real game. And so that's what this like demo was attempting to do, where you know, we have, you know, this story component and the dialogue and the scripted events, the camera blending, the tutorials, and that's all the stuff I've been leaning into. So like everything that you're seeing here I actually just did in the last 5 weeks, and really just trying to figure out what the true final identity of the game is going to be. I've just been having fun with it on my own. Is this my first game? Yeah, I've never made a game before. Funny thing is this all started out to be a Unity tutorial that I think I did for a couple weeks, and I said, oh, okay, yeah, I get the idea. I'm gonna take over from now. And I just never stopped. Now, I do have background in software. I've been a software engineer for the past 10 years. So, you know, I came at this with a lot of like professional experience, but it's really just software that this like, you know, that I started out with. I kind of had to learn everything else around it. And even though I like hire out music and art, I did all of those things myself in the beginning. And oh yeah, thanks. The art is by a guy named Daniel Thomas. It's funny, he had like an art bundle in he had an art bundle in a Humble Bundle. And I just liked his style because he had like a really like retro style, and I just hit him up. Now, one thing I'll say is there's a different artist for the portraits, and the guy who does the portraits, these right here, that's a guy named V. Ken Marion. His first name is literally the letter V. V. Ken Marion. And he's a DC comic book artist. He does Green Lantern. So if you're a fan of Green Lantern or anything like that, yeah, check out his work because he's awesome. He was also at Anime New York City last week. So the thing with him is he was a childhood friend of mine from high school. So we always wanted to collab on something, and you know, we're finally able to. And but yeah, no, he does such a good job. And the funny thing about this is all of those texture, the portraits that you're seeing, they're just 2D, and I'm using skeletal animation on them to deform the meshes so that they look like more three-dimensional. And yeah, there's like a lot of magic in this game to make it look good, especially as a 2.5D game. Find you a mixture of Lego Rock Raiders and Cult of the Lamb. Okay, so I'm not familiar with Lego Rock Raiders, but I am very familiar with Cult of the Lamb, and it's funny because I was working on this game for 2 years before Cult of the Lamb came out, and I already had the style kind of like in mind. And then they came out, and I was just like, oh, like they took my thing. Not that I'm the first to do 2.5, you know what I mean? There's games like Don't Starve that I've done it before, but either way, like, it's like you're saying, you know, the art is very similar. So it was one of those like, damn you, but at the same time, this looks like a really cool game, and I really want to play it. But no, I love Cult of the Lamb. It is a great game, and I am trying to still lean into my own style with it, right? So, you know, even though I'm influenced by games like The Binding of Isaac, Cult of the Lamb, Hades, Vampire Survivors, I really am just trying to make my own blend of all of those things and all the games that I really enjoy. And yeah, thanks for complimenting the music too. Actually, the music is done by this guy named Mario, and I just met him on Instagram. Well, we just put the soundtrack up on Spotify last week. I actually did it for Anime New York City, like I released it the same day. And it's really just a preview because obviously the game is still very undercooked and there's a lot more music to come, all that. But if you search Heredity soundtrack, something like that on Spotify, you can, yeah, here you go. You can try out the whole soundtrack of what we have so far. I love it. I like it. The way I've been trying to describe the genre to people is spooky metal trap, which doesn't make any sense until you hear it. But yeah, I actually the music is something I prototyped myself with a friend that I used to be in a metal band with ages ago, and we really locked down what the style we wanted for this game to be, and then I passed that off to Mario and just said, hey, just make a ton of you know, like, here's what the game looks like, here's the style of music we want, and just like go. And he absolutely killed it. He's doing a great job. We're starting to get into the sound effects of it too. Yeah, so for the sound effects, yeah, the sound effects are very, very undercooked right now. They're actually the thing that I'm going to be working on the next couple months, because one of the aspects of the game is that every sound effect is in beat with the music. So everything that happens is on some sort of beat interval. So if I like only shoot one arm or the other, as you can see, you can kind of just create whatever beats you want. And the thing right now is like, it's all of that is just kind of, there's not like a reason to do that in the game yet, right? Like I'm, you know, like you can do that, but you're gonna like hurt your DPS, right? But there's certain things like where you're moving around and you're dashing, shielding, and it starts to create kind of like a dynamic beat. That's the vision. And that's something that's, like I said, very undercooked right now. I definitely need to lean into it a little bit harder, and design the game around creating these dynamic beats on its own. So it's not like something that you have to manually do. It's really just supposed to be a vibe, right? And that's the whole thing I'm going for in this game. And I saw Fernando, you asked what's the UI in the top left. The UI is another thing that I still need to put a lot of more time into. But for the UI, we have the health at the top, and then the 2 weapons, and then the dash. So you know, a dash has a little icon there that shows the refill on it, and then like with the weapons, it kind of just pulses to the music right now. On the faster weapons, it doesn't really matter as much. And then when you shield, there's a shield that covers the health, but like all that stuff is like very, very early on. Like it's all gonna get redone. Do you have a constant BPM for all songs, or does the shooting sound also adapt to it? Okay, so no, every song has a different BPM, and in fact, there's 3 versions of every single song in the game right now. Like right now, you're listening to the idle version of this song, and if there was an enemy to show up right now, it would actually transition to a slightly heavier version, and then if the boss showed up, which I just did, it actually goes into a much heavier version. So the soundtrack version of this song is actually like a progression of all 3 versions, but in the game, we transition seamlessly depending on what's going on in the game, and all of those songs have different BPM. So I'm actually using this asset in Unity called Choreographer, and that helps me with identifying when the beats are, because it's basically just an asset that, I mean, it's not that complicated. It basically just, I tell it what the BPM is, and then it breaks it down on the sample beat, and then or on the sample rate, and then it just sends out events according to the sample rate, you know, when a beat occurs. But there is like a lot more magic that I had to do to make it even better. Like for instance, so the way the attack works right now is you just have to aim the stick and it automatically attacks. You can use the triggers, and then one trigger only does one hand or the other, but that's I gotta like refine that more, right? But the game really works on this auto fire mechanic, and so with the auto fire, what that allows me to do is it allows me to anticipate attacks, anticipate sound effects, because the issue is the frame rate of a game is so much slower than the sample rate of music, and normally the precise beat of a music does not fall on a frame of the game, especially the slower you get, down to like 30 frames, 60 frames, right? Right now I'm probably running at like 144 frames, so it doesn't matter that much. But You know, I run this on Steam Deck and everything, and you know, it's around 60. But either way, my point is oftentimes the beat of the music will actually be in between frames. So in order for this to sound as precise as it does, it's very, very precise. And the reason that is because we're auto attacking, and I anticipate the attack like a frame or two before the beat of the music. And what I do is I take that sound effect, I load it onto the hardware, and I schedule it on the sample rate so that it plays in between the actual frame rate of the game itself. So that's what I'm really getting at in terms of the magic that kind of makes all this work. So the system of everything is all in place. It's more at this point just getting the right sound effects for each interactable thing in the game. Classic problem of rhythm aware games. Yeah, exactly. The fact that this is your first game is pretty cool, and it beats the classic "your first project will fail." Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, no, I absolutely did not listen when they said don't pour your life into your first game, because I don't know. I just the thing is like, I think like the sentiment with that is, you know, like I don't know. I think I'm like kind of an insane person, to be completely honest. Like, you know, I poured all of my free time in the last 4 years into this game, while working a full-time job. You know, I do have friends and stuff, but like really it's just like, I feel like I do have like a kind of a normal amount of like motivation for things like this, like for like one thing at a time. And it's just like, I want to make the game that I've always wanted to make. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Do I recommend anyone doing this? No. Do I feel like I'm losing my mind sometimes? Absolutely. But I don't know. Are you guys all like game developers? I know Cody, you're the one that rated me. Are you normally like a game dev stream? It seems like you guys do know your game dev stuff. But I think one of the things that helped me the most this year was getting involved with the community. I live a few hours from New York City, and it just got to a point where like the beginning of this year was just like, oh my God, like I've spent years on this project. I don't even know if people know it's good. I don't even know, people don't even know it exists. I don't know if it's good. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I got involved with the community, and last week I had my first public showcase at Anime New York City, and it was awesome. Backsode, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, really what I'm up to here is I'm trying to create an open and transparent development process, because I am a solo dev. I don't know how long it's going to take to finish this game. And Shadow as well, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I'm just trying to build a community right now that enjoys game dev and enjoys being a part of it and watching it, and wants to help make this game into something that we all want it to be. And you know, maybe next year I can find a publisher or find funding, or I don't know. But if I don't, I'm just gonna keep going. Not a game dev per se. I work at Unity, so I help people make games. That's awesome. There's actually a thing in New York City called Turbo, and their whole thing is helping people make games fast. So if you don't know about them, definitely check them out, because they're doing really awesome things down there. It's funny because I've been part of a lot of different communities in my life. Like I used to be in a metal band and all that, and it's like, normally you run into like a lot of like toxic communities and personalities, and everyone's kind of like stepping over each other. But like everything about like the New York City game dev scene has been so amazing, and I just love everything that they're doing down there. This one company called Playcrafting, they're affiliated with Turbo, and yeah, they're just doing really awesome things and encouraging people to you know, get out there and start making games. Cody, on my first game too. Cool. I've been working in real-time graphics since my first job mostly, but never related to games, healthcare, AR, VR, and in the last 5 years focused on AI-related stuff. Oh, that's rad. But I love game dev, and I'm mostly doing some small projects. Looking forward to build something with my kids soon, just for fun. Oh, that's awesome, Fernando. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, you're doing cool things, dude. And Shadow says, yeah, for me, I like game engine development. Oh, cool. I started to make a game with my homemade engine. Wow. Don't have anything to show. Hey, it takes a while. I mean, like I said, I've been working on this game for years, and like on the surface, it looks really good now, but there is just still so much to go. And yeah, it can get discouraging, but you know what I would say is if you're not already, just try to get involved in some sort of community. And if you can find something local, even better. I know not everybody has that privilege, and you know, for me, it's like where I live in upstate New York, there is no community at all. Like I have to drive 3-4 hours in order to get anywhere that's close to a community, but it's so fulfilling. And like I said, last week I did Anime New York City. We had hundreds of people coming through playing this demo, and wow, like it's such a weird feeling. I feel like I was naked in front of everybody, but at the same time, like everybody liked what they were seeing. And so it's like such a conflicting feeling, and I was just so like emotionally overwhelmed the entire time, where I just felt like if I sat down and like just stopped at any point, I would have just started crying. I worked on my engine 20 years. Wow. Yeah, that is wild to me. Yeah, and that's also very similar to like kind of what that turbo company I was telling you guys about was doing, where they just have this, they're just working on their own engine, and it's really incredible. And it really is just for the purpose of getting people involved in games. It's just such an awesome cause. And you know, I'm trying to do like a little bit of both right now, because I love talking with game devs. Like I said, there's no community around here, so just having some sort of outlet, whether it's online or in person, to chat with other people about games and share your interests and share your projects. It's just like really, for me, it was the validation, or not validation, but it was the reward that I like kind of need. Sorry. I was talking to thousands of people at anime, so my voice is still recovering. You almost joined Unity a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the day job life, if it's not what you're passionate about, can be a little rough sometimes. I definitely feel that. I mean, the dream would be for me to do this full time. But yeah, I always kind of wondered, yeah, what is it like working for Unity, or any like I don't know. I hear like I hear mixed things about working for big game developers. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to like think about like working for one of these game engines. You'll have to go, it's late, but you have to join Discord to stay up to update. Oh, awesome. Cody, thank you so much for stopping by. When you join the Discord, I'm going to give you the playtester role. So you'll be able to just, I see you already joined. So you'll just be able to download the demo that I was just playing and try it anytime you want. And yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. That was awesome. I really appreciate it. Worked on the dev team core runtime. So we do entities. Oh, interesting. Transforms game objects in player loop. A lot of fun. Many interesting challenges. Yeah, that's just so wild to me. Because like for me as a solo dev, it's so easy for me to take a lot of this stuff for granted, and sometimes I do need to like kind of dive deep into like what makes certain things work. But I mean, honestly, I really appreciate Unity and everything that it's allowed me to do as a game developer. Obviously, I would have no game if it wasn't for an engine like that to allow me to do what I'm doing here. Many friends in game industry, and many of them really miss the indie fun, as you may end up working or not or as you may end up working or not the fun parts are really focused in one area. Also, it's pity even in some big studios the compensation isn't as high. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, I'm in this position right now where I'm a software engineer, so like you know, having a job where I'm able to afford to live comfortably while funding my game. Oh, I gotta fix that. Interesting. It's orange on this biome. That's another thing about my game, is everything is hot swappable and just configurable, so I'm able to just switch biomes on the fly, and it just reconfigures it on the fly. But yeah, no, it's like my day job allows me to do what I'm doing right here, but at the same time it just makes it so slow. And I would love to find a publisher. Actually, someone reached out to me today, someone who came by the booth last week at Anime, and basically said he works for some business that helps indie devs just self-publish. So like, honestly, that might be an option for me too, but really it just comes down to like the funding. Yeah, and it's like I feel like that stuff is really what I just feel so lost. Like I was going around the convention and like trying to talk to the other devs, and it's crazy because like I feel like I was the only solo dev there. And it's like, you know, there's these games that are all indie games, right? But you know, I'm asking like, oh, what's your team like? And it's like everyone's just like, oh yeah, we got a team of like 10 people, 15 people, 20 people. And some of these people were like, oh, I'm the marketing lead, I'm the design lead. And it's like where's the money coming for this stuff? Like, because I feel like there's the industry secret I'm not aware of. You know, it's like I don't know, like some of it's like publishers or angel investors, or I don't even know. But I would love to do this full time because it would just be, yeah, that would be like the dream job. I mean, it's what I love to do. It's why I do it every day in my free time, but that means I don't have free time to do anything else in my life. Yeah, so like one of the things about my game is that I have these swappable limbs. So like I can change the legs out, like this is some flying legs here. You can change out the arms, which, you know, will do some sort of different attack. Yeah. So you can kind of mix and match those attacks, and like, you know, the torso, all of them have different abilities and everything. And yeah, I really want to kind of tap into my own version of like the Binding of Isaac, and find myself quite lucky as I get to work with game dev, but with software money and stability instead of indie game dev. I get to work with plenty of cool studios. That said, I'm definitely switching to real game dev at some point. Yeah, I mean, that is something I hear a lot from people. Even like the people I was talking to last week. I got to meet so many people in so many different positions in game development. And it's funny because a lot of them, it's weird. Their goal was what I'm doing. And it's like, you know, that's what I want to do someday. So it really, so it goes back to what I was saying where, you know, having the job isn't necessarily a bad thing, and it allows me to do it. It's just, you know, it's just going to take a little bit longer. Even the stability in the future, and we'll go wild. Yeah. In France, there are currently more and more isolated solo developers, and someone working in the game industry, having worked in AAA games, and returning to indie dev is trying to bring together all the solo devs and form a community to help each other. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, one thing I hear about like places in Europe, like different countries out there, is I've heard that their government is a little bit more like supportive of like game startups where there's like grants, like there's more grants available, and stuff like that. Whereas like New York doesn't have a lot. I heard last week that there was some tax break type stuff I could look into, but yeah, it's just like I don't know. I feel like there's like a lot of different things out there that do offer like opportunity to, you know, start things up yourself. It's just like understanding them and finding them all and knowing how to kind of knowing how to work the system and everything. Do I have? Okay, I've noticed one thing that's not working. I think it's because I turned it off. One of the things in my game that the way it works is all of the chunks that fall down when that like blow up when I kill enemies, after like a certain amount of time, they'll actually suck in and respawn that enemy. And it's kind of like this, like you have to work the map. You have to work the area as you're killing, so you want to like pick up the chunks. I was actually just working on the chunks today, specifically the light beams on them, because to help them stand out a little bit, because in the demo that I had last week, they didn't have those light beams, so it was really easy for them to blend into the ground and you'd miss them and then the character would respawn. So I'm actually testing out some options today on how to have those things stand out a little bit. And in general, one of the things I know I need to work on the game a little bit better is that visual clarity. How do I get the important things to stand out from the environment? Because I think I spent a little bit too much time trying to make the environment look nice without like considering the game, you know, the game design implications. I can't speak. My voice was just completely gone after the convention. Copenhagen, nice. Well, that was Elda. Awake from your nap already, huh? The French government doesn't really help because it's the film industry that decides who to distribute the aid to, and it's ridiculous aid. Okay. I actually met a guy from France last week at the convention, and I think he was actually kind of saying something similar to what you're saying. Can I help you? She's a little ham. Persons. Wow. Yeah, I can't say I've been to any of those places. Okay, well, I think I've played my own game long enough. I am going to start working on it again. Okay, so oh yeah, one of the things I wanted to do is try to brighten up some of the colors for the enemies so they don't blend into the environment so much. Specifically that one devil in this level, because it just looks, I'm actually surprised I let that go for the demo. But I was just like, I was crunching so hard for that deadline. Is your game procedurally generated? Mine isn't, no. So I have a a system where I design all the levels by hand, but every prop has like a biome alternative. So that's why I'm able to like swap out biomes so easily, because there's just like a version for everything. And so Zelda, I know I'm here. She just won't leave me alone. So no, I mean, I've thought about doing procedural generation, but I just haven't really thought of a way that I could really make it work, because it's like, it's just, I don't know. I feel like my levels are just like too busy for that. I don't know. It's always an option, but by the way, I really like that you added the preview video in the top left of the stream. Sometimes I join some people working on their game and I can't get any in context. Yeah, no, that's why I put it there. It's cool in the thumbnail too. I'll grab that idea if I ever end up streaming. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's the same thing, because it's like, yeah, I've done that before, and it's just like, what is this person doing? Is it just is it a tutorial? Is it a game they're working on? Yeah, so like, you don't even know the half of it, how jealous this cat gets. She has a daughter named Zoe. She's around somewhere. If I give Zoe any attention at all, she's just like, what the hell? But yeah, actually I try to lean into the streaming and the social media, because like I said before, where what is going on with Unity right now? It's been building for 40 minutes. I actually think it's like I have to kill it at this point. It's like it really got confused on shaders all of a sudden. But yeah, I try to lean into the social media, just because it takes me so long to work on this game. And so I do, the Instagram reels and the TikToks, and I try to cover everything that I'm doing. I just put out one today that was kind of like a follow-up for the convention that I was just at. All that stuff is in my link tree in my bio. But yeah, I'm always trying to. The only thing I don't do is long form content, which I would honestly love to do. I would love to do long form devlogs, or like lessons learned, or just chat like I'm doing right now, but it takes so long. Like a 1 minute reel takes me like 3 hours to make. Zelda, you are an absolute ham. You are a ham. Unity 6. Yeah. Any problems so far? No, other than the one that's happening right now, which I don't understand what it's doing. But no, to be completely honest, wait, no, there we go. Honestly, I really like Unity. I haven't had any big problems with it, really. No, and everyone always comments. Everyone always comments on the fact that I'm always keeping up with latest, and I understand like the sentiment there, like like you're possibly opening your game up to bugs and, you know, engine bugs and all those kind of things. But it's like, I've been working on this game for 4 years, and you know, I know I'm gonna, you know, I at least have it another year or maybe more, you know, probably a couple, realistically at least a couple more years on it. So it's just like, you know, maybe at some point I'll cut it. Yeah, like at some point I probably need to cut it. But you know, I'm always trying to benefit from whatever the engine has to offer. But no problem with Unity 6 so far. Yeah, I've rarely had engine problems. I feel like there was an engine problem I had back when I was using Unity 2D. And it was something, I don't really remember what it was, but I remember like when the character would flip direction, like one of the 2D assets would like do a lot of stuff unnecessarily. And so I ended up shifting to using Spine, and that solved like a lot of my performance issues, but at the same time introduced some others. But I mean, yeah, there's actually, funny enough, this game at one point was pure 2D, and that was the first year. And I spent like literally a year updating it to 2.5D, which I did not realize it would be as much of a job as it was. There's so many just magic tricks that I've had to do in the game. Like for instance, like, as you know, Unity doesn't have like volumetric lighting, right? So like the way, actually I can show it off real quick. So it's like all of my volumetric lighting in the game is all fake, and it's just aura textures that are floating in air and constantly like recalculating their position based on like the camera's placement and perspective and where the thing is, and like, and it's constantly like shrinking and growing depending on like, you know, the distance and everything. So it's just like, I have like so many little magic tricks that I have to do. What is that texture that's missing? But yeah, you can kind of like see it. If I zoom out here, all these textures here just move with it. And so it's like all of the lighting is just fake. Well, actually, no, that's not true. The volumetric auras are all fake. One thing I'm doing in this game that I feel like not a lot of games do is I'm using pure dynamic lighting, and I feel like performance wise I'm able to do that just because the graphics are a little bit more simple than like a 3D game. So like where I'm saving in one area, I'm spending a lot more in another, but I think it like helps to create a more like unique visual, like for instance, like Cult of the Lamb, you know, a similar style, but they don't use dynamic lighting. Everything is like, you know, pre-baked and everything. At the moment I don't bake any lighting. No, there's certain things that I could do that with, but for the most part right now, like a lot of the like these things here, they're all like static, but I have like a lot like those orbs that can blow up, and when they blow up the lighting goes away. So excuse me, I had this idea for like, you know, you enter a zone and everything's like super well lit and like looks beautiful, and then by the time you're done with it, it's dark, everything's dead, there's blood all over the ground. I really wanted there to be like really dynamic feeling levels as you play through them. What about something you would wish the engine did for you or wish we provided? So simple volumetric lighting. Yeah, honestly, that would be cool if it was able to do something like that. But yeah, what's something that the engine could do? Man, I feel like I do have like some things, but off the top of my head, I'm not really thinking right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I see. I'm so used to just kind of doing everything myself, or like using the asset store. I think the Unity asset store is like one of the biggest one of the biggest reasons I chose Unity in the beginning, because it was like, well, if Unity doesn't do something for me, then someone has already likely done it for me, right? And I don't use like a ton of assets, but I definitely have like a handful that are like extremely useful to me. So I don't know, honestly. I think that like the only thing that I would like to see like Unity do for me, and I don't even know like the feasibility of this, but you know, I'm always looking for ways to improve performance, and there's just certain things that that I don't know how to improve performance, or I do a lot of research into and like try to figure out, but it's like at the same time, it's like I don't really, even as an engine, I don't really know how much you guys are able to like optimize those things, but like yeah, I don't know, because even like animations and stuff, I like outsource to Spine, right? And it's like the Spine, it's she just will not give up. It's the Spine API that I mostly use, right? So it's like you know, at core Unity, yeah, I think it's just yeah, the lighting system, like any stuff that you do for that, I'm always happy to do. But at the same time, I actually am still on built-in, and the reason that I'm on built-in is because it's less realistic than the other lighting systems that you guys have been up to, where I wanted to be able to control the brightness of a light and the radius of a light. And I think when I tried some of the other systems, and I could be wrong about this, I could be super out of date about this, because it's like I looked into all this stuff years ago, right? And then it came a certain point where I was just like, well, this is the way I'm doing it, because it's the way I'm doing it, and it worked. Yeah, I really like you know, the built-in system does everything I need pretty much. But yeah, honestly, yeah, volumetric lighting I think is the one thing that would be cool if there was like some sort of solution. But even then, it's like what I'm doing here, like the whole thing with the depth. So I don't think I actually explained it, like why I need to do this. And the reason I need to do this is because, well, if the volumetric lighting was just on the texture itself, it wouldn't actually light anything in front of it. It wouldn't apply to the things in front of it. So that's why it's like suspended in the air, so that it can cover the things that are in front of it. And it's kind of like a balance, because if it's too far ahead, there might be like a tall tree that's in front of it, and like you don't want it to be on the tall tree. So it's like this very like special balance between like up in the air, but like not too much up in the air. And like this is a bad level to show as an example, just because there isn't anything else in front of it. But like this one here, this is like probably the perfect example. The one that just has a bunch of grass. My previous job, we were prototyping multiple ECS approaches. I was quite interested in the Unity dots, but it's been a while since last time I checked that. It looked like lost some traction after initial wow factor. Is that still a thing? Did it become a stable? Ooh, get rid of those guys. Your piece should let you do this. It's built to be customizable. Okay. But it definitely made sense at the time you started the project, and likely doesn't make sense to switch to now. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely at that point where like changes like that are very scary to me. Just because like I've already gone through that process of like having, you know, making a game for a year and a half in 2D, and then being like, I'm gonna switch to Spine and I'm gonna go 2.5D. And then it's like, okay, that whole process took a whole year. And that's like, you know, another reason that why this game has taken so long is because there's certain times where I've made changes that just took me through a whole thing. Which is called entities, and you probably guess what we are. still own it and currently. Nice. Yeah, I feel like I don't know much about entities at all. That's probably something I should like look into and try to understand a little bit better. Cause yeah, like I said, all this started for me as like a Unity tutorial 4 years ago. And I had done Unity stuff before that. I actually worked on like a game very, very casually for a year. And it was like kind of like this, where it was like, I was trying to make it this massive thing and the scope for it was just huge. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna like stop this. I'm gonna like try to create another game in a year. And it was this game. And then the more I was making it and the more I was going, I was like, no, this is the game. Like this is, because like for this game, it's like all the different things I want in it, all the gameplay, everything about it has just been like falling into place perfectly and just like making like my perfect game. And so I've just been going with it because I love it so much. But yeah, like I kind of stopped learning new Unity stuff, and I know that's probably not good to do, but at the same time, it's like I'm constantly in this, I need to be working on the game, I need to be doing it, like I need to go, right? But this is like an example of what I meant about the volumetric lighting, where you can see where all these flowers actually have like some sort of aura that's affecting the grass in front of them, and it's very, very subtle. I think like that you can see it a little bit better, but if it wasn't for this like weird system I have, it would actually only affect the things behind it and not in front of it. Entities would probably make sense for your game when the thing we're working on is done, but probably not today, as you're already using game objects. Once we're done, you can use our thing for where you need it easily. Okay, cool. No, I'll definitely keep an eye on that. When do you think that feature will be ready? And like, I mean, I honestly don't know anything about entities. Like it, like I mean, you don't have to go into the whole thing, but like, what does an entity do that a game object can't? Or like prefabs can, or I don't know what they're really comparable to. Sounds like they're comparable to game objects. Oh man, I've been really just yapping. Go back to my task here. Okay. So I'm going to check out the color config that I had for that one character in this level who is matching the level just a little too much. So I actually have this thing that where you enter combat, all the characters actually lerp to a different color. So that system's already in place. And that was just because I was just too stubborn to let go of the aesthetic of the zones before combat, and I don't know, can kind of like maybe lean into it in like an in-game like way of like, you know, when they catch aggro, they kind of like, you know, Zelda, what's up with you today? She missed me for the week I was gone. Entities probably would make, oh no, you already sent that and I already read that out. Okay, let's see. Data. Okay, so here's where Devile Cosmetic. All right, here's where what we need. Okay, so okay, regular colors and combat colors. Okay, so I have a brightness of 50. I'm gonna make that a brightness of 70. And this one, I'm gonna go to a brightness of 83. Nice little 20% bump on everyone. So let's see what that looks like. Game objects are things with components that have behavior in a similar fashion. Entities is a thing with components, and then there's a system that creates the behavior. What sets ECS apart is the focus on composing behavior based on which set of components are present. Interesting. Think of an object with mass instead of mass being the thing that moves the object down. It's a system that finds all things with mass and pulls it down. Oh, okay, now I get it. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I mean, I have things like that in this game that I've had to. What happened with something with the shader went really wonky because it was building for almost an hour before, and now I'm getting magenta. All right, so this device should go like, what the heck happened? All right, well that's annoying. Yeah, I have to figure out what happened with that. But all right, I have to kill them so I can observe this this other character. Huh. What the heck happened? I wonder. I could probably go into plastic and change it. It's like it's one of the assets I use for like visual effects. Okay, cool. So he's a little lighter now. It's still not ideal. He can probably be a lot lighter. Actually, I'm gonna look at my plastic and see what the heck happened with the shaders. It's like it was trying to like rebuild shaders and then I killed it, and so it didn't do it, and now it's confused. And of course, nothing looks like it's causing it. Huh. All right, I'm gonna re-import that asset real quick. Was it VFX? I think it was VFX. I think. All right, let's try again. I really like debugging ECS. This is an extension I built for the tiny engine I created while working at Mozilla. Cool. Love building these types of perf tools. ECS is a really nice way to see what is going on in your app, toggle some systems on and off and so on. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to check all this stuff out later. What is going on with these It's like every shader. I have to take a quick bathroom break. So I'm actually gonna run an ad real quick and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, but I think y'all are still in the ad. Okay. Oh, welcome back. You hear me? Okay. So Dax, actually, I do have a question for you as someone who's at Unity. Are there like does you? I feel like Unity does sometimes do things like opportunities and like shoot. Oh, did you just get hit with the ad? Can you hear me? Okay. Does Unity ever do anything like have any like programs or opportunities for like solo devs or indie teams or anything like that? I don't know. Literally any kind of opportunity to help teams like that at all. Because yeah, I feel like that's the one thing where I'm just like I feel so out of the loop is like the communities and opportunities that make things easier for people like me. Anything you recommend that I just kind of like look into, I guess? Yeah, I mean, anything would I would be extremely appreciative of anything, right? But even, you know, um, yeah, I just because I don't know, like I don't know, I just feel like I feel like I'm so out of the loop with anything going on outside of my office because I've been in such a little bubble, and I've only recently started, you know, talking to people, and it just seems like everyone's out there doing something, and like they have connections or they have you know, like the, you know, like something that's benefiting them in some way or another. And it's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of helpful opportunities or programs or anything out there that I just don't know about. And so I just been in the habit lately of just asking people because I'm just kind of like trying to catch up in this regard. Also, I am very confused about what's happening or my asset textures right now, because version control says I haven't changed anything about them, but Unity is kind of having a stroke with it. I love how it's just you know, we got someone from Unity in the chat now, and I'm saying like, oh yeah, Unity's great, and then now I'm running into all the couple weird issues. It's going to do a re-import. Oh, my voice is still, yeah, it knows you're watching. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely had like issues like that here. Oh, okay, now it's gone. Oh, does it normally reopen itself on reimports? No, I mean, I like Unity. I've got no regrets with it. And like the one thing I feel like I get from like people sometimes is like calling it a night. It was great and happy that the algorithm brought me here and that I got to meet you all. It was fun. See you around next time. Hey, Fernando, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for the follow. Thanks for joining the server. Definitely keep in contact because yeah, it was awesome chatting with you. And have a great night. But yeah, like one thing I get from people sometimes is like, you know, asking me about how I feel about you. Like, I feel like, you know, there was like that time where public perception of Unity wasn't very good, just because of like the, you know, the higher up, you know, monetization scheme that was going on for a little while there. But and I know you guys have like, you know, fixed that. And I do feel like, you know, Unity's reputation is coming back as a result of it. But I do like still get people asking about that every once in a while, but I'm happy with it. Yeah, another thing I kind of felt about it too is like, it's like Unity was like, it was just, it felt more accessible, like something you know, me, someone that I didn't really have, you know, I didn't have any engine that I called home yet. I knew what I wanted to do would need to be better than like, would need more than like something that like RPG Maker or Game Maker or any of those other ones would like offer. But then still like engines like Unreal just seemed really intimidating to me. Like it just seemed like more complicated. And at the time I was just going for just 2D. So it's just like Unity just felt perfect. Sorry, my voice is just giving up. The whole monetization situation was crazy because they literally asked us and we all went, don't do this. And then they did it anyways. I had a feeling that's how it was, because it's like, of course, you know, like, of course, no one is going to think that's a good idea. And like those decisions never come from people like you, and you know, the people who like, I feel like are grounded in reality. And yeah, it's just like, I see it at my job too. You know, I'm a software engineer. I can't really like, I can't go into the details of too much of what I do and work, just because I'm not allowed to kind of like mix the two. You know, they know I do this and they don't, you know, but you know, with what I do in my day job too, it's just like one of those things where, you know, a company is, it's got so many parts, and all those people in the parts are so like tunnel vision on just like hitting their goals, hitting their numbers. And one of the, and it's just, yeah, it's just like, there's this lack of big picture coordination, that really kind of like can wreck a company. Oh, the people are gone. Oh, cool. Yeah, that was yeah, I never like kept up too much with it. But I do know that like pretty much the whole policy and everything got like rolled back. And it was a little scary for me in the beginning, because I knew that it would blow over, like like I knew I don't know, that I think it was more that like I was worried that the public backlash would be so bad that like it would like sink you guys, right? I don't know. I felt like what happened was gonna happen, but there's still that like worry in me, because yeah, you know, it's a lot of people who put a lot of their years into learning an engine and calling it home, and yeah, it's scary. But I don't normally have this much problem with it. Oh man. Yeah, let's see. Can I do anything? Can I do anything in the meantime? It looked bad for a while, but I think we're finally at the light at the end of the tunnel, and things are seemingly looking pretty good now. Yeah, I would agree. I think that it's definitely taken time for people to forget, but it does definitely feel like it's like, because it's one of those things where it's just like the internet loves to hate something, and you know, and like it was easy to hate during that week. It was easy to like pile on and be like, you know, the internet does what it does, right? But I just feel like it's one of those things that like the average person just does not care about. Like the people don't care about how the sausage is made, right? Like in general, about literally anything, you know what I mean? Like there's so many examples of things that we buy every single day that are just like funded by awful corporations. Every penny we spend goes into the pocket of someone who's not a good person. It's just the reality of real life, you know? And so it's just like this whole thing it's just so low on the list of like things that people like consumers should really care about. You know what I mean? Like no one's going to ban Unity games. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff is so forgotten. Like, okay, what is there, like 15 people out there who won't buy Unity games now? So it's just like, I figured it would, my only fear was like that initial, like, oh, is it going to be so bad that like the company just like goes under for some reason, you know what I mean? Like wherever you guys get your funding from, or you know, I don't know. But I always felt like you just write it out and it'll be fine. All right. Well, dang. I think it's gonna be building for a little bit here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna come back into it, I guess. Our company is like mostly ads, which is pretty weird to think about. Oh. Ads like as in advertisements? Because that is really weird to think about. Wow. Huh. I never would have guessed that. That's actually scary. That's scary for me to think about. I feel like the whole advertisement industry is just this massive bubble that's gonna pop at any time. It's just like it's like this system that's built on one party deceiving the other party, deceiving the other party, deceiving. It's all based on deceit. Especially everything going on with like streaming services like Twitch lately. It's you know, all the bot stuff that was going on, and yeah, it's such a weird industry. When you have a mobile game that wants ads, how do you do it? Well, you use the Unity ad network and boom, you have monetization for your game. No, I mean, that does make a lot of sense. And I mean, I don't know anything, right? But like, if I was to take a wild guess, I would say probably the majority of like cookie clicker games, or like just like any kind of like those, any kind of like mobile game on your phone, it's probably made with Unity, right? Like, it just makes sense, right? Like if I was trying to do something like that, I'd be like, yeah, Unity is the way, because yeah, you guys have like, you have the whole ad network thing that's just basically, you know, plug and play with it, or you know, that's the way it seems to me, right? I've never done it. 70% of mobile games are Unity. Absolutely believable. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that whole thing is wild to me. Because there were definitely some games that I saw at Anime New York City, where I was just like, how are you guys making your money? And Yeah, I really think there's just like microtransactions, and it's like, it's such a wild thing to me. I think about it all the time. Like who's like, is it just whales? Is it? I would love to see like a breakdown, like a financial breakdown of any of these companies. Like, sorry, the official statement on our website is 70% of the top 1,000 mobile games are made with Unity. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. See, that's less scary to me because I don't know. I ads. See, that's the thing. I wouldn't. Okay, so to take it even further, gotta get my sources right. To take it even further, it's like I thought that the main source of income from those kind of games wasn't even ads. I thought it was like microtransactions and whales and just kind of like gaming the whole psychological system of pay to win. And I assumed that Unity, like, does Unity take a cut of microtransactions? Probably if you use like they have like an API for that, right? I know like the Google Play Store and all that uses it, but yeah, I don't know. I've always had that thought. It was just like, man, like, you just make one of those games and like make money off of it, and but I don't know, it's just so I don't know. It just I'm making this game just because it's what I want to be doing, and I don't know. I get why it exists. And yeah, whales are a huge part of it, or high quality customers. See, that's so crazy to me. It's like there's people spending thousands of dollars on like these cheap games. It's like, give me the money and I'll make you a good game. Give me that money and I'll make you a better game with the money. But I don't know. I just, all this stuff is just so wild to me, because it's like, I just feel like money just falls into the hands of like certain people sometimes. It's just like so easily, and I just don't understand how it. And I just feel like me in my office, I just work every day, every minute of free time, and it's just like I just feel like there's this massive thing I don't get about how to make a startup. Because it's like I have the people that I regular go to, you know. I have my artists, I have my musician, and you know, sometimes I'll go and like I'll hire out an animator if I want to save time, but I normally do all of the spine animations myself. I've done most of them, but at the same time, it's like it's not even like it's not even a thing of like, oh, I want to do everything myself, or like whether I can do it myself. It's not even whether I can do it myself. It's up to like whether I have the time to do it myself. And it's just like, I don't get it. Like these teams of like 10, 20 people with all these different roles, like salaries, and it's like there was this one game that I met the team for Anime New York City for it was a game called Pick Me. It's like this AI dating competitive thing where like you basically pair up with someone and you're like competing with the other real person to seduce this AI. And it's all like, you know, like the whole anime style and everything, and it's cool. Like it's not really my style of game, but like I could definitely see why like people would love it, right? But because it's AI is involved, there's like this server cost, and like they have this big team, and it's just like, holy crap, like who's funding this, and are you really making like this kind of money? And like, I mean, the team was super nice and the game seems cool, but it's just like, it's just for me as like a solo dev, it's like, where is, like, how do you get something like that off the ground, you know? yeah, I mean, and hey, more power to them. Like, I've got no hate for that at all. Like, and they do have a community, like, you know, their Discord has hundreds of people in it, and I think they're still in early access. But I think about it, and it's just like, okay, so like you have like the salary of like 15 people to pay. You have these server costs that you have to pay to even operate your game, and that's like both of those things are like ongoing costs forever. Exa Ligu, yes, it is my game. Welcome. Unity is thinking right now, so I'm resorting to just chatting and playing my own game while Unity thinks for a while. I had to basically re-import all my assets, so it's gonna take a little while. Good old AI money right now. I wonder what the next one will be. Yeah, AI is like a wild thing. It's got me like, I don't know, because it's like it's able to do games, and I do wonder. I don't know. Yeah, it's such a weird thing. It's like a little bit of a worry in me. But at the same time, you know, there is certain things that so like my personal rule with AI is I don't like to introduce any kind of like creative. I don't like to use AI to substitute any kind of like creative aspects in my game. But I will, you know, there's plenty of times where I'll like go to ChatGPT and just be like, I need a script, right? And the thing is like, I'm a software engineer. That's the thing I do. I could write all the scripts myself if I want to. It's just like, but it's like, it's just grunt work. No one wants to do it. And actually one of the things that I will use AI for, like for generating scripts, is like stuff that I wouldn't normally do at all. Like I would just go on without it, but having it is like really useful. So like for instance, I'll have like ChatGPT write like inspector scripts for me. I'll like custom inspectors to like configure my scripts more easily. And oh man, I love that, because it's like some of these are like scripts that would take me like a whole day to write. I know how to write it, I could do it, but it's just like it just makes my life as a solo dev so much easier. I think 8% of S&P 500 right now is NVIDIA, all because AI is wild. Yeah, no, I was actually even thinking about that the other day, where it was just like, man, I wish I wasn't just like pouring all of my money into this game, because I'd probably be investing it right now in AI, because it's like, I don't know, but that's also probably maybe a bubble that might pop a little bit, where I also like, it's like, yeah, again, where's the money all coming from? And I get where all the money is coming from, but it's the same thing of like, is it really making the money? I'm not really sure. AI, especially for throwaway tools, is especially useful, but would also never use it as a substitute for creativity. Yeah, exactly. That's just pretty much my stance on it. And like I was saying earlier, like as a solo dev, you know, like trying to like, you know, I have several goals here, you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to make the game of my, you know, my perfect game, the game I've always wanted to play. Like that's what I'm doing. But at the same time, because it takes so long, I want to kind of turn it into this like thing where people can stop by, be part of the community, be part of the growth of the game, also learn, you know, maybe get interested in game dev, and like, so like openness and transparency and honesty is like super important to me. So, you know, like I'm completely open about you know, any kind of use of AI that I have. And like I said, it's really just for scripting and stuff. And this thing is like we all know, AI it's not going away, right? And there's a part of me that's like, you know, it is sad to think about that a lot of the stuff that I do today, and you know, won't be part of the process eventually, right? Like there's certain things that you like to do and you don't like to do, right? And it's just like, do I really want to be grinding away at scripts all day? No, not anyway. You know, like especially the grunt work scripts, right? Utility scripts, that kind of stuff. Like no one really wants to be doing that. They want to be doing the creative stuff, and they want to be, you know, bringing the games and the mechanics that they envision to life. You know, like that's the cool stuff. But you know that there's just going to be people who are just going to streamline all of that with AI, and it's gonna be a bummer when, you know, that becomes the standard someday. Re-inspired by Robotron, the king of twin sticks shooters. What was your inspiration? Wow, I have not heard of Robotron, the king of twin stick shooters, but I am inspired by twin stick shooters. I'm gonna have to check that out. So I'm inspired by games like Binding of Isaac and games like Hades, games like Enter the Gungeon. But I'm also inspired by games like Vampire Survivors. So I'm trying to bridge that gap with this game where you have like a game like Vampire Survivors where you just kind of turn your brain off at the end of the day. Maybe you just had a long day at work and you don't feel like focusing, but like you still want something a little bit more involved than Vampire Survivors, right? And so like I really love games like Hades and Binding of Isaac, but like sometimes this is like I don't want to have to like stress out or focus. You know what I mean? They're hard games, right? So I'm trying to build that I'm trying to bridge that gap in the genre, because I feel like there's not a lot of games out there where, I mean, basically doing what I'm doing right now, where like I'm just chatting, not really thinking about it. Like I could have ended this boss battle ages ago, but I'm just kind of like, I'm just zoned out and I'm just killing things and it feels good. So that's the goal with this game. Just notice the particles on the floor. Yeah, so the particles on the floor, that's the blood. That heals you, and then overhealing levels up your attacks, so it'll like make your weapons faster, you know, more damage, all that kind of stuff. This demo in particular is like a very contained, focused demo that I made for Anime New York City, you know, because it was basically, I designed it specifically for people to pick up and just get the hang of immediately and not have to like worry about following the tutorials or like thinking about like progression. Like it really was just this like, okay, hundreds of people are going to be playing this game. How do I make it so that they pick up the controller and they don't drop it after 10 seconds? And so it's a little bit more focused and streamlined, this version, where, you know, where I said I do have like this whole character customization and everything that I don't go too heavy into right here, but it was actually like a huge success because you know, at the convention we had this stamp rally where everyone had to go to booth to booth to get this stamp on a card, and you get all the stamps, then you get to turn your card into, and you entered in all the raffles for all the different booths. It's like, it was awesome. All the people had a ton of fun participating in it, and it gave all the attendees a reason to go to your booth. And we were doing these wax stamps instead of like regular stamps, like wax seals, like actual wax, hot wax. And what was really cool about it was people would come up and be like, hey, you want a stamp or do you want a wax seal? And everyone wanted the wax seal. We had about 600 people come by, and 2 people wanted the stamp to get out of there as fast as possible. And the cool thing about it is, while people were standing in line, or while people were waiting for the wax seal, they'd pick up the controller and they give it a try. And the wax seal would finish, we'd give them back their card, but they'd stay. And that was like such a validating thing for me, because it was like, okay, like this stamp rally is bringing the people to the booth. The wax seal is keeping them from just getting the stamp and leaving, and then the game is keeping them there for like the whole time. And like there was people who were telling me like, oh yeah, like don't expect too much. Like a lot of the people at these kind of events will just pick up the controller and put it down after 10-30 seconds. But it was like incredible to me because like I would say 70% of the people who picked up the controller got to this boss or beat this boss, and like very few people spent less than like a minute. So I think like, and I think part of the reason for that was I tailored this demo specifically for that, where there's like, there were certain people who are just like, certain games, and it's not, you know, it's not like the fault of them. It's like really that I feel like this genre really suits itself to just picking it up and just having fun. And that was my whole vision behind it anyways. But it's like when people are at conventions, they don't want to have to sit down and like read. They don't want to have to focus. So it's like, I really wanted to go to this convention and make the best of it by like strategizing, well, what are people going to really want to do with a game? Let's see. Particles really remind me of Daxter, the PSP version. Oh man, I haven't played a Daxter game in so long. I'd have to check that out. But yeah, the convention was such a great learning experience for me. Just learned a lot about showcasing, learned a lot about game design, and you know, one of the things that, so before that convention, I've actually only showed my game once publicly, and that was just some small little indie game dev night in New York City. But it really taught me a lot, and I think one of the biggest things that I've learned about game design is like never put any kind of responsibility on the player to understand, comprehend, read, like anything about your game. You know what I mean? Like, because it's like there were certain things on this game where it's like people just mash through the tutorial and then they're like, I don't understand, like, why are the enemies coming back? Well, it's like, okay, you need to pick up the chunks on the floor, because if you don't, they come back to life. And it's like, there was a tutorial that said that. But the thing is like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the tutorial said. It doesn't matter what you put into the game. If people aren't reading it, you can blame them for not reading, but like, it's your game that they're putting down at the end of the game. It's your game that they potentially lose interest in, and it's your problem to solve. So like, that's the one thing that I always try to go into with like game design is if they're not getting something, you're not doing something right. And then there's certain things that you just can't depend on. People don't like to read in video games. Like, they just don't. And you can't, and therefore you can't expect them to. And like, you know, for a convention, I feel like that I had to take that even more seriously than normal because it's, you know, like, they have no investment, right? They didn't pay for this game. They're not at home sitting down on their couch or their computer. They're walking around a convention. And so it's just like, you have to hook them. You have to make it as easy as possible for them to pick up the controller, understand what's going on, and have fun. And so like, yeah, just I just think one of the biggest lessons I've learned in the last couple months. I make games as well, and what you're saying is beyond true. Yeah. You put stuff in a tutorial and the player blasts through it and is confused, but it's your fault, not theirs. Absolutely. Yep. And so yeah, it's funny because I worked so hard on this. I worked so hard on this demo leading up to this event. And I was just like, I just thought it was so solid. And honestly, like, there was only like 2 issues, right? But they were really bad issues where it was like, actually, I'll give an example here. So when the demo starts, you have this attack, right? And the tutorial said something like, use the right analog stick to auto fire, right? So I just thought that was like a self-explanatory thing. It said something like, point the right analog stick in the direction to fire an auto fire, something like that, right? And like, I just thought it was so simple. And what people were doing was they were doing this. They were tapping it, and I'm like, why are they doing that? And I thought it was like the wording of the tutorial. So that night in the hotel, I changed it, and it was very explicit. And it was like, it basically just says, hold the analog stick. Like, I forget the way I worded it, but I made it clearer, right? And so the next day I was like, all right, we're good now. And everyone just continues to tap it. And what the problem was is I'm starting the player out. The problem is how it was the cooldown between attacks, right? Because the problem is you push forward and it attacks. In that instance, it doesn't really go. You can tap it and it feels like it's just a one-off, right? So what I'm thinking I have to do is to actually make it a faster weapon like this. So when you push it in a direction, you're already just, you know what I mean? And so I'm thinking if I start the demo off with that attack, that weapon, that will be the thing that you don't have to read anything. You just point the stick and I just fired 3 times. So it's at a rate where it's like, you know that you don't have to keep pushing forward because it's so fast as it is. And then I can start introducing slower attacks where it's like, oh, okay, like, you know, it's a little slower, but you know, this attack has piercing, it does higher damage, right? So like that was a very interesting lesson learned, where it was like, you might think you understand what's going on, but sometimes people just don't read, and they don't want to read. And it's all about like the feel and what is the game telling you through its feels and controls and everything. Dude, I'm learning so much. I'm glad I found you. Hey, I appreciate that. And yeah, man, this is just, you know, what I also saw you followed me. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I actually have a Discord server where I post the build to this game, and I kind of just go over like everything I'm talking about right here. You know, I'll write up in a dev diary, and I just kind of put it all out there in the open. I recently, Unity is back. Yeah, my whole thing here is just trying to make the development process for this game open and transparent and make it so people can learn from me, people can have fun watching the process, people can be a part of the process, you know? There we go, Unity. Yep. I have to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. All right. Yeah, actually, I'll share one other thing that I feel like was like a massive lesson that I learned this year, or rather just really in the last few months. I'm going to put on my game soundtrack a little bit more. up. I'll turn it down though. So one of the things I also learned about like game design and taking criticism is, you know, like considering your audience. You know, there's times where I've showed my game off to other game developers, and then there's times I just show my game off to just gamers, right? And what I've realized is that, you know, you're usually gonna get pretty good advice from other game developers, because they'll already have like a sense of game design, right? And so they might be able to look at it in a really objective way and kind of understand, you know, some of the technical and all the different kinds of things you might have to deal with game design, right? And so like listening to those people is really good. However, when it comes to just gamers, I really think that like listening to them isn't always the right move. And watching them is like, that's where it's at, because there's this thing with feedback from gamers where they'll be like, I don't like this, you should do it this way instead. And a lot of times their suggestion of what to change, your instant reaction might be like, oh, I already did that in the past and it didn't work, right? And then like, so it's so easy to just completely throw away the whole I don't like this, right? So and that's why it's so important to watch them and to still understand what they don't like about the game, because a lot of times what they suggest might not be the solution, and you do have to take a step back and still ask the question, well, but why are they not liking it in the first place, right? Let's see, did I just get someone in the server? Danny, was that you? Was that you in the Discord? If it was, yeah. Oh, that's Dax. Cool. I'm gonna give you a playtester role so you can give the game a try. But yeah, that was, I think that's another one of the bigger lessons that I feel like I learned, because yeah, you can really like it's so easy to like, you know, you pour your heart and soul into something, and then someone comes along and is just like, I don't like it, do this, and you're like, well, that's stupid. Hey, Unity fixed the particles too. It's like, that's stupid, and it's like so easy to like write it off and be like, oh well, they don't know, they're just dumb. But I think it's really important to kind of like be aware that like, well, there's still something wrong, and a lot of times. And the other thing about like gamers is a lot of times they won't give you that feedback, or they won't tell you like, I didn't like this, either because they're trying to be polite, or okay, Zelda is demanding attention, either because they're trying to be polite or they just don't even notice it themselves, right? So like I feel like that's why it's so important to watch people play your game. And it's one of those things that's like, it kind of sucks because it's a depleting resource, where like, you know, you only have so many friends, right? You only have so many people in your close circle that can play your game for the first time. And I think it's so good to like go to events and try to get into communities and conventions and anything where you can just put your game in front of random new people. You know, like think about it like it's like open mic for comedians, right? Like, you know, it's not, you don't have to take it so seriously. You know, you got to try some things out, and it's like, that's something I've been thinking about lately, where it's just like, man, you know, because like one of the, you know, I was saying this earlier, one of the things about my game is like everything's on theme, like there's this big color theme, but it causes, like, for instance, this guy in particular is one of the worst examples. I'll let him respawn, where his body just completely matches the color of the whole scene, right? And it's an easy fix, right? You know, but like but you know, it's like there's an aspect to this game where things blend in a little bit too much, right? And so the these light beams are actually something I added today as like a because before it was just these chunks, and it's off right now, but normally the chunks will cause the enemies to respawn if you don't collect them. And that's like a whole aspect of the game of like where it's not only are you like killing everything, but you're also kind of like managing and strategizing the map and like trying to consume their chunks to prevent them from coming back, right? But the thing is like they would hide in the grass and they would blend in with the ground. So you know, I'm trying out like these different things, and I'm thinking like, man, like I can only show this to my friends who have already seen the game. It's like I wish I just had like a pair of fresh eyes every day to just show this to and be like, what do you think of this? 100%. The gamers are rarely right about what's better, but you can tell by the pattern and see what what's actually going on. Similarly, I find game devs sometimes miss certain things because it seems obvious to them. Yeah, absolutely. And that's like why it's so useful to just have like a fresh pair of eyes, but it's a resource that's hard to come by. I actually heard that, I told this to someone at the convention the other day, and they said, yeah, actually I heard that Valve, when they play test games, they don't even ask the people anything. They just record them, and that's all and I don't know how true or whatever that is, but I thought it was an interesting, I just hate when people suggest something and it seems to be a simple preference thing and they're so adamant that it's dire that you change it. Yeah, that is a bummer, especially if you have something that's already out there. And like I made a guitar scales app like 10 years ago. It was just like a little thing. It was an app I wanted for myself, and I was like, I'll put it on the store. And it's funny because it's like people would go on the store and be like, I don't like that it doesn't do this. 1 star. I'll change the rating when you add the feature. Like stuff like that, where it's just like, I hate you. How do you find the Discord? The Discord should be in my bio on Twitch, in my link tree. Also, if you just go to cosmocat.dev, not only is it my alias, but it's also my website. But it should just be in the picture of the picture of the Discord. That works too. Yeah, do I not have the link tree in the Twitch? Because I should definitely do that if I don't. Well, I swear all the social media stuff, it's just so hard to keep track of. Oh yeah, join the community. Oh yeah, no, I got both there. The join the community and the link tree. Yeah. I also just added my soundtrack to Spotify, which is pretty rad. If you like spooky metal trap music. There you are. Welcome, welcome. I am going to give you playtester status as well. I appreciate it so much. So yeah, so I really just recently redid the whole Discord thing. It's crazy. This whole Anime New York City thing, it's a 130,000 person event this year, and I was part of this just little game dev section of it that they partnered with this other convention called Play NYC, and it's just such an amazing opportunity. But I've been like so focused on like doing all of that and like preparing for it all. So I mean, I've been doing this kind of thing for a while with the streaming and I do TikToks and Instagram reels of all the devlogs and all that kind of stuff. Only thing I don't really do is long form content. I would love to, but I don't have the time. But I did just redo my Discord to kind of like start up a community of play testers, and I just created the whole dev diary concept where I'm going to be basically sharing all of the kind of stuff that I've been rattling off today, and I'm going to be posting regular builds of this game, and I hope that to help supplement the whole, you know, fresh eyes, trying new updates and giving people opportunities to test the game, you know, this early on and give their feedback. And here's the thing, like, this game is still very undercooked, like straight up it is. It looks good, and I have a lot of the base systems in place. Like there's a lot here, but it's not all presented in the right way yet. You know what I mean? My UI is super rough. Like it's just placeholder UI right now. And the in terms of like the story and the structure of the game, like I only have this 10-minute demo right now, but I also have like this open-ended, you know, combat sandbox, right? And so my whole next year is basically basically be finding the true identity of the game, the progression system, and you know, then connecting the UI to that, and then once I have that in place, it's really just making content at that point. But yeah, I have like tons of characters, tons of weapons and abilities so far, but they're just not like they're not presented in a way that's like really organic in the game yet. And it's just been my own little side project for years now, and now I'm trying to make it real. Okay. Hey, Zelda. Finally napping. Okay, so I was working on character colors before, trying to get some of these guys to stand out a little bit better. And this is... So before I bump the brightness up 20%, I'm going to bump it up another 20%. Now, it might make this guy like just a little too bright, but maybe even up saturation too. I need to make it so I need to put in like some sort of like debug mode where it just constantly reads the color from these scriptable objects and just updates it real time while I'm playing. And then, like, you know, scriptable object will save in run mode. I've done this before for other things, but that would be really helpful in cases like this, where I'm trying to find the precise color. Oh yeah, that's one thing you guys might be interested to know about my game. Literally everything is grayscale and everything is colored dynamically in game. And that's a product of me not being an artist and paying for art out of pocket and needing to basically do, you know, prototype and do all of this stuff myself. Like, what is the color scheme of everything going to be, you know? And I have slowly started now transferring over to full color assets, but only when I start to like really settle in on the colors. And like I said, one of the biggest thing, like one of the only like there's only a couple things that people like have to say about the game. One is that like they want more, you know what I mean? Like some of the features I have aren't really exposed very well, so it's like, you know, just working on the game more. But like really it's just like the, you know, the game looks really good, but I've been so narrowed in on making it look good and not making it play good. So making certain things stand out more. And so like, yeah, color stuff. And I think that's like really what I'm going to be working on the next couple months. Okay, there he goes. You see, that's a better color. I almost wonder if I should like maybe change the hue a little bit too, because it is still very I think the other thing is that the camera angles will help too. But yeah, almost wondering if I just need, if like for this zone the ground should be like just a black would probably help. Another thing I'm realizing is this glowy pathway, it looks really rad, but at the same time it just doesn't lend itself well to gameplay. I joined your Patreon. Oh, thank you so much. I've been working on this project for 4 years, so you know, when I call myself a solo dev, I really just mean that I'm a solo dev on the day-to-day, right? And the day-to-day, I'm the only person who is working on this game. I have no publisher, I have no funding, I have a day job. And I do hire out to certain people. I have an artist, I have a musician, and sometimes I do certain things here like animation. You know, I'll hire out an animation if I just don't feel like I have the time to do it right. But majority of animations I do in Spine. And so yeah, it has been a long process. It used to be full 2D, and then I switched it over 2.5D. So you know, there's been some back and forth remaking of the game, but no, it's just been me. And honestly, to be completely realistic about it, I have at least probably a couple more. I don't know. I would like to find a publisher so I could have this out in less than like a couple more years, and really like give it the polish that I want it to, and give it the like there's so much I want to do with this game, and it's just like I'm just have to like do a lot of pocket pretty much. And yeah, I'm one dude, so that's why I'm doing this whole community thing. I just think it's just going to be more fun for me, more fun for the people involved, and help make the game better. Really respect the work, but especially the grit to keep going for so long. It's awesome, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. I am absolutely an insane person. I don't know. It's one of those things, because it's like I'm 36 now. Don't like you know, I've got great friends, but it's like there is that aspect of me that's just like, oh man, I'm spending my youth on this thing, and I'm not, you know, like do I want a family someday? Because maybe I should start that now. But yeah, it's just one of those things that it's just like I mean, I love it. I enjoy doing this, and I want to keep doing this, but you know, there's like so much more to life, right? Hey, Yummy, what's up? We're having a good old time in here tonight. But yeah, I don't know. It's a very conflicting thing, because I love doing this, but time waits for no one. And this is a really big project with a lot of yes. I am no stranger to scope growth. Check your redeems, buddy. Uh-oh. My redeems. Oh, come on! Oh my god, I can hear your evil laugh. What? All right. I hate you so much. 10 minutes. 10 minutes of Doomslayer starting now. Oh my god, I can't breathe in this thing. He had me do that a while ago, and I was just like, I'm removing that one. So when anyone's wondering, that's my roommate, and I hear him yelling at me from the other room, but I can't hear him because I have this helmet on. You thought that it meant I had to play Doom. Nope, I had to be Doom. Oh my gosh. Carl Hazard style. I don't want to be around anymore. How much was the helmet? I don't know. This was a collector's edition for Eternal. So I think it was like 200 for everything, but it came with like a bunch of stuff. And it's starting to fog up now. You know, the amazing part is if you keep it in grown for your ship, you might never be able to take it off. I'm just gonna say right now, not worth it. Oh wait, hold on. I have to turn the lights on. There's like lights that you won't even be able to see. Oh wait, hold on. I need to get my weapon. It's the BFG. It's not very B though. It also has light. This is like the BFG for Zelda. Yeah, I know the light is like, I don't know if the light is even coming through or not. Zelda likes her gun though. Oh, nope. But yeah, no, I mean, Doom is also an influence for me in the game, and something I'm regretting right now a little bit. Oh man, what was I even doing? I don't even know. I hate you! Oh. Even better, I was doing color tweaking. Everything is green to me now. I'm looking at these color strips and all I see is green and blue. Awesome. I'm definitely taking this away. I love Zelda in the back, just minding her business. Yeah, she's a ham. It's funny because if you go on like my Instagram or TikTok, all the reels that I have always have her just standing there, just like, meow. Because once I start talking, she thinks I'm talking to her. And then it's like, well, clearly he's talking to me, but why isn't he petting me? And so she's just one of the most entitled cats I've ever met, but she's the best and I love her. She has a daughter around here somewhere that she doesn't let me give attention to because it's attention not given to her. Blue, he says while pointing at the red part of the color wheel. Oh yeah, I can't, everything has a green filter. All of these things here are yellow. It's also, everything's also darker. The only thing I see is the yellow parts right here and the yellow part on the ground. Actually, maybe this is like, okay, hear me out. I might, if this didn't have the tint and it was just like it just tinted darker, that actually might be something that I should unironically use to test the colors in my game, because it's like I only see the things that like stand out and everything else is just black. Like all I see right now is the edge of the level with the walls, the path, and like a couple of these flowers. So like theoretically, I shouldn't see anything but the important stuff. My cat is exactly the same way. I can't even go away for a minute before she moves with me. Yeah, honestly, that she sounds like a keeper. And luckily, she's very much a keyboard cat. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's one thing I'm glad is that she doesn't go on my desk really. Need a Doom filter version of your game where it's corrected for the mask. I've said her name 3 times and now or too many times, however many times, now she's like, you have to pet me. Very, very demanding. It's funny, I haven't seen her daughter Zoe at all tonight. Sometimes they hang out together. Okay. Anyways. Okay, like, it's funny, but I'm actually gonna unironically play the boss battle now with the intention of seeing if the important stuff sticks out. I only have a few minutes left. Like Beetlejuice, exactly. It is funny. Wow, like, okay, like, actually though, this works. As like a what stands out again, because I've heard this from like artists too, where it's like they say squint your eyes at the screen and like does the things that matter stick out. And it's kind of like the same, it's the same concept, right? Where it's like, you know, make everything a little darker. Yami knew this was happening and actually just helping you play test. Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. Absolutely, he was trying to be helpful. Absolutely. Yeah, funny enough. I do wonder if I should make the blood on the ground just a little bit less bright, just a little darker. Oh, this happens. Oh, actually, this is something that gets really weird, and this is a Unity thing that I don't really understand. The particle systems, the physics on the particle systems, like, really hang up during play mode in the editor, and it's just not a thing that exists in release build, which, you know, I'm happy with, but it's very strange and very, very difficult to debug because it just says doing physics stuff. Yeah, it's funny because I didn't for a while I made it so you had to stop in order to consume the blood, and that never triggered it. It's only when I'm moving and I'm consuming blood, and it doesn't do it. Oh, see, there it goes. Okay, it's been 10 minutes. Oh my god. Look, you can see it's actually still hitching right now, and it's actually a new problem I'm dealing with, because I don't know how to like figure it out. It's just like indefinitely hitching and not even holding anything. Yes, there was. Hey, it finally stopped. The physics one is hard to diagnose without superliminal. And a debug version of Unity, as you need the debug symbols. Superluminal. Oh, superluminal. What is that? Yeah, because if I profile it, it basically just says that it's calculating physics. And I guess I get it. Like it's you know, you have one thing that's, because I think the way I do it is so the blood is all particle systems, and I'm using a particle system force field, I believe is the name of the script. And And so basically there's this force field, physics-based force field that's pulling in the particles, but then I guess the destination is always moving. So I can see how that would be more expensive, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense of why it works fine sometimes, and then other times it's like, you know. And I've had that problem. I've actually noticed that before with Unity, where sometimes the physics for something gets like queued up in a weird way, in like a really like if my character's moving, like for a while I had to like really like figure out how to do it right, because for a while it was a problem where it's like if the character was moving but I needed to like either like disable the character or move the character to a different place, like loading a different scene, and then like placing the character at the entrance. There's always like some very weird like leftover physics stuff. Yeah. Superliminal is an amazing profile that allows for mixed mode sampling. 100% can recommend it. Oh, mixed mode meaning C++. Ah, okay. I can try to chat with the physics team about what might be happening there. I'm quite good friends with them, and sometimes bad depending on the changes I'm putting on them. Okay, yeah, no, that'd be awesome. Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, there are very few things that are like, oh, this is like a Unity thing, and I don't really understand what's happening. It happens very, very few. It's something. Yeah, it doesn't happen often, and it's recent because I only recently started doing the moving while absorbing. I sent you a DM. Just get back to me when you can. I can't get the game to start. Oh, you can't get the game to start. Is that because it's the window? Is it Windows just complaining? Because I did have a little note in the play test, where it basically says you have to tell Windows like it's not a virus. I have to like look into that a little bit more on like making proper builds. I looked into it a little bit. I'm sure Dax probably actually knows a lot more about this than I do, but like you can either sign the app, like get the app signed through like some sort of like, oh, you got past the virus warning. Oh, interesting. You couldn't get it to start. Huh. Oh, huh. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that problem. What kind of like hardware are you on? Are you like, do you have like a decent gaming PC? It crashes. Yeah, that's definitely concerning. No, I have had other people try it. And you know, like I've tried it on like different, like I've tried it on like Steam Deck and ROG Ally too. But yeah, there's probably not like it's one of those things that like I haven't had like a ton of people try it, right? PC is fairly decent, Windows 11. Ah, interesting. Huh. Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna have to look into how to get, like, this is an aspect of like Unity and game development that I have literally no experience in right now. It's like the whole like error reporting, player log, that kind of stuff. Yeah, like if you can send me that file, that would be awesome. Yeah, I actually knew about that file now that I think about it, because I have used it before. Yeah, it's funny how like the problems you have in release builds too that you don't get in editor builds. it's just like things you just wouldn't think would be different. And so like, honestly, that's another thing I learned recently is always frequently test your builds in a release build. Because yeah, you'd be surprised at like how it can differ sometimes. And a lot of times really what it ends up being is like scripts executing in different orders. And it's like you can work on your game for a year. It's like it executes in that order every single time, but you build it in release mode, and it's like, no, I'm gonna instantiate this thing first, which relies on this other thing that hasn't been instantiated yet. Like stuff like that. And yeah, honestly, it's probably maybe it's even something like that where it's like, release build could. Yeah, so I think, actually, I can probably help you through it. So it'd be in your user directory, then app data, local, and then I think it's Cosmic Cat parts. I'm testing it real quick. I know it's not on screen yet. Trying to make, or is it local low? Okay, yeah. So, you should be able to go to your user directory, then in app data, then local low, and then Cosmic Cat Arts, and then Heredity TC, player log. So like this would be where it basically tells you everything that's going on, if it, anything gets triggered. This looks like I'm doing some physics things I shouldn't be doing. Setting angular velocity on a kinematic body is not supported. Yeah, lots of interesting stuff. I really got to go through this stuff someday. I feel like I already went through and tried to eliminate all this from my build, but I guess I didn't do it all. But yeah, no, I'm sorry it's doing that. Definitely haven't had that yet. I'm very interested to see what would be causing it. It's honestly like such a scary thing, is like all the different platforms that you can be running on. I actually ran into that when I was I mentioned before I made like this guitar skills app. Easy way to get to local app data is by typing in window. Yep, that works too. Yeah, the user profile. But yeah, when I was working on an app for Android, I was doing it like native Android, so it was just in Java, and it was funny because there was like that that app I like did everything myself. Like I had like kind of a I had a lot of pride with that app where I wouldn't let myself use any assets at all, just like Android API, that's it. And I even created my own guitar synthesizer. Like I was reading books about like synthesizer algorithms and stuff. Yeah, I was just kind of like a super nerd about that app. And one of the things I was always proud about is it didn't have really any bugs. However, there was like one type of phone that I don't even remember like what the brand was, the manufacturer, but it was like very popular in China. And on that very particular phone in China, it would just always crash. And it was like impossible for me to like test it myself. And eventually I think what it was like I went through the app and I was like solving warnings, and eventually like one of those warnings kind of like who knows, maybe the thing I just read out was the problem. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're using this certain API call that we don't allow anymore, and maybe it works on 99% of platforms, but maybe there's a 1% of platforms that it doesn't work on, and that's the reason that it's not supported anymore. Yeah, I'm still this way, which is generally good for an engine, terrible for any personal project I make. Yeah. I don't. She just will not give up. Not give up at all. But yeah, you know, as I said, the game has a lot to go in it. There's still some jank and bugs, and I don't know, actually, like it's more like these. It's all this like, I want attention all day, every day, all the time. But yeah, like those are the bugs that are scary, because it's like, I'm a software engineer. Like I really I actually do like to program, and I like good software design. And I mean, when you have a project like this, it's like, the software engineer in me, in the game dev in me is constantly just fighting, because it's like every other month I want to redo something and be like, oh, it should have this design, and it really should be structured this way, and I have to like follow all the coding standards and object-oriented programming and like all that kind of stuff. I'm always like, it's like I want to obsess about that stuff, and I'm very like obsessive about like eliminating bugs and that kind of stuff. And then there's like well, I actually need to make a game. And like, especially leading up to like this demo in particular, like there were so many things I did that was just like doing it in ways that I was not comfortable with, or like one-off things, and it was just like, I just need to get this demo done because I need it. And so yeah, this is something I'm always fighting myself with, but it's like these problems that always like really like scare me, because it's like such obscure platform related issues. And it's stuff that you see with like commercial games too, right? Like, how many times on Steam have you bought a game and then you tried to play it and it's like it crashes on startup, and you're like, what the heck? And like, you got to go onto some forum and someone's like, oh yeah, you just got to go into the you know, this config file, or you got to go into your register, your registry, and you got to change this value to something, and you gotta actually go, you gotta uninstall your graphic driver, and you gotta be on this. It's just like, unfortunately, we get a lot of these really difficult mem corruption, platform specific type bugs. It's so hard, but can sometimes also be quite fun when you can repo it semi consistently. Yeah, yeah, one other thing I do really need to figure out is how, well, there's a couple things, right? Like, it's how do I give my demo out to people, because I'm not really like ready to just throw it on Steam and have it open to, like, it's not ready for early access. It's not ready for even this, this demo is the bare minimum of what I was willing to throw out on the world to try. No, I don't think it's app info. Isn't it player info? I closed it. Oh, app.info. Huh. It should be in the same folder as the quality settings and the audio settings.ini. I don't even remember what I was saying. I'm like checked out. I've actually, like, this is the first productive day I've had since I got back from the convention, just because, like, like 4-day event. 2 of the days were 14 hours straight. Like, oh my God. Or rather, like it was 12-hour day, like at the booth, but like the, you know, the hour to get the set up and break down. Like, yeah, it's just, no, yeah, because we would get there at like between 8 and 9, and then the convention would like truly open up at 10, and then the convention would end at 10. I've been I've had no energy or motivation or anything for a week, like slowly getting into it again. But I have this other convention coming up in 6 weeks. It's in Syracuse, New York. Not something you probably, not a town you guys would probably ever heard of, but it's like a retro games con, and this one's like actually more focused on like video games and stuff. I'm pretty excited about it. And they have all the voice actors from like the Orange Box, if you remember that. And they have Ben Starr. I'm a huge like Expedition 33 fan, so I'm happy about that. Yeah, I think maybe I should try to change the ground color a little bit. Let's see, where do I do that? I have this file and resources. Color palette. So this is what I was getting at before, where I said everything in the game is like color coded. So I have these like categories of colors, and everything gets assigned to a category, and then during runtime it gets assigned the color for that category for that biome. And so it's like I have an environment, primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. I keep going off of it, and like today I was like, I really gotta stop doing this system because it's just so constraining. Orange Box, yeah, exactly. Good times. Remember buying that initially just to play Gmod, and it turns out the box was so much fun. Absolutely, yeah. Let me get my browser up. Let's see. Zelda, I know that you think tapping someone's arm is how you get their attention, and while that is true, it's normally not done with claws, which hurt a lot. Yeah, this one's a lot smaller. It's like last year I think it was like 10,000 people, but it's all like gaming and everything. And they got the woman who did GLaDOS. It's funny, they have the woman who modeled the main character of Portal, Ben Starr. They have a couple. Last year they had like all the main casts of Baldur's Gate 3 except for these guys, so they came back they came this year. Claws are affecting, don't know what you probably Zelda. Yep. And they got this guy who does Skyrim voices. Oh no, here we go. We got Shero Gorath. I'm really looking forward to him. And the guard that says, "Stop right there, criminal scum." And yeah, what else? Oh, we got Duke Nukem. Who doesn't love Duke Nukem? And yeah, we got some Resident Evil. We got some is that the female survivor from Fallout 4? That's cool. I didn't know that. And yeah, a lot of cool guests this year. I'm looking forward to this one. Yeah, I got to meet Chris Sabat at Anime New York City, who voices Vegeta and like a whole bunch of anime characters. I was like super excited about that. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here's the ground. Oh, wait a second. Actually, okay, so the ground on this biome is actually one of the ones that I did full color for. My artist just did that recently. So now I have to figure out how to, oh, I don't know if I can do, because it's colored, I'm losing all my freedom here. I actually have this whole system of tile maps, where, watch this magic trick real quick. Everything is a rule tile. So all of this stuff is rule tiles, and I built this tile map system that basically you feed it a tile map, and everything has its place, and it feeds into my system, and it knows that like all of these are interchangeable, all these are interchangeable. It feeds into the rule tiles and everything, and that's what allows me, because like I said before, all of my assets in the game are swappable for the biome, but I needed to do the same thing for tile maps. So yeah, I have like this hot swap tile map system, that where I just yeah, I don't know. This is why the game has taken 4 years. But yeah, now because it was like, here's a tile map, but what I was getting at was like, this one is a grayscale one that I haven't converted yet. I've only converted 2 so far, this one and this one. So it's almost like was that a mistake? Because yeah, I feel like the red, what I'm learning, actually, I feel like this tile map in general is like very much not a good tile map for a game. Especially like this texture is just a little bit too busy. And did get like a couple people in playtesting when that were saying like, yeah, it's just like a little, it's like a little too distracting. And you know, I was looking at, I was playing Hades today actually, and I was like kind of just observing the ground, and like it's true for like Cult of Lamb too. It's like a lot of these games, it's the grounds aren't that complicated for a reason, you know. So I do wonder if I need to I think like soften the details a little bit more. Yeah, so that wax seal idea I was telling you about earlier with the convention was not a good idea for me. My second degree burns are not very fun. Just noticed that my hand is bleeding through the bandage right now. It's all good. Yeah, I wonder if I can I? Oop, okay, yeah, it works. Yeah, see, like this one's like a little bit of better example. Wow, that is a bright yellow. I need to, yeah, it's a good thing this one isn't that the biome. Yeah, there's certain ones where I feel like, yeah, like this one's a lot like softer, I feel like. I don't know. I do like the grass on this biome. I do wonder if I'm going a little too heavy. This is probably the best one in terms of like softness. Okay, yeah, I just got your image, thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, you're in local. Do you have a local loaf folder? You should have a local low and a roaming. Up one directory from there. Yeah, another thing I did recently was I added the shadow underneath the character, and then I also have like one other shadow that I place around his entire body to darken everything behind him. And I don't know, I think it helps a little bit. It helps them like cut through more. Not everything is updated yet to the biome swapping. Like these are like new assets right here. One thing that I have to figure out is like I do use some bloom. That's what really like makes certain things pop. But I feel like it's something I really need to use in a controlled way, because like what will happen with bloom is like you really start to lose the details of textures. And I think like this is where like I have an example of like the orbs are really detailed here, but when I swap to the others, I don't think I did that tweaking where it's like I'm blinded. Oh, I've got so much work to do on this game. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. Also, my finger hurts too. Yeah, oh man. Might try to, let's see. Do I have the old tarmac? Oh, you don't have local low. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, bloom is great, but details by definition blurred. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It definitely makes the game look great, but hey, the Juice Man 1999. Thank you very much for following. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks this is pretty crazy. Yeah, no local low. I have not heard of that before either, but I am not a Windows expert. It wouldn't have to do with like account type, right? Honestly, like if you can just go to the top of your app data and I'm actually wondering now, is this why the game is crashing? Because it's trying to save the settings to that folder which doesn't exist? That actually might explain the crash. Hey, the Juice Man, project's going well. I'm a solo dev here and you know, just making slow progress on my game I've been working on for 4 years. Yeah, trying to tweak some of the colors in the game so things stand out a little bit better, and also trying to diagnose an issue with someone who's trying to test the build right now, who doesn't have a local low folder. Maybe try to find the folder in Windows. Yeah. You can also just try to search for Cosmic Hat Arts, which is the folder that it would be in. But at the same time, well, actually, no, I take that back, because I actually do wonder now if that has a part to play in why the game is maybe crashing. Oh, you found it. Cool. Perfect. Yeah, see if you could see if that Cosmic Hat Arts folder's in there, because if it's not, that would be interesting. Okay, yeah, let's see if I have the old tile map, because it would be good to like, oh man, I deleted it. What can I, okay, ground base, can I just completely color this? How do I get it to, whoop, here we go. I'm working on a procedurally generated maze game. Just a portfolio build. I graduate next year, and so far I have only had one internship, and I'm nervous about getting a job. My portfolio is decent for systems design, which is what I am going for, so hopefully it all works out. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, man. Juice Man. Yeah. Cool. Internship. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're doing all the right things. You know, one of the things I was just kind of talking about earlier in the stream was if you're near like a city with like a game dev community, like definitely try to see like what's going on with that. And the job market is cooked, as they say. You know what? I don't even know. I'm completely independent on this game. I've also heard scary things about the game industry, and it's something that I've been trying to you know, tap into myself, but in like an independent way. Oh, X, yeah, that player file, that's the one. Yeah, if you can send that one over, that would be perfect. I appreciate you. But yeah, like if I have some advice, you know, put your stuff out there and have people play it. And 2 hours from Seattle and 30 minutes from Portland. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm 3 hours from New York City, and I started going I went to this indie dev night, and it was so cool because it was like, it's just for game developers, and there was like, it was all the way from like college students like yourself working on their project, putting it in front of people, getting opinions, all the way to like people like in teams of like 10 people working on a game for like 7 years. It was crazy. And everyone was so like, it was just a great environment. If you can find something like that, I would absolutely recommend it. And that also helps with like networking and meeting people. It like, I waited way too long to get involved with something like that myself. Oh, and we have the error. Initialized fallback back end. Huh. Let's see. Let's open this up. Well, game dev jobs are kind of cooked right now in most places, but at the same time, if you have the portfolio, it's still doable. You want to go for Nintendo, but I heard that they suck ass to work, and I love to work at Valve, but I heard they want... Yeah, that's something I really know nothing about personally, and Dax here might know more than I do, but no, it's like, it's kind of scary out there, right? So like the way I do it, I'm a software engineer, and I have a pretty good software engineer job. I can't go into detail about like who I work for or what I do really, just because I'm not supposed to like make that a public thing while I'm doing my side stuff. It's just like a legal thing. But I kind of went the route of like generic software engineer, get the salary, you know, get comfortable in life, and then like pursuing my passions on the side. But I'm also a crazy person in the sense that like, you know, I code all day at work, and then I code all day in my free time. And so like, yeah, the whole going right for the game dev, I mean, yeah, it's still pretty rad. Like I probably would have loved to do that myself, but it's like I think I just didn't know how to do it. Oh, Tacoma. For 3 weeks. Just that was a very, very short period. Seattle's so gross. All you want is a system design job. It's what I've been doing a little college and on the side. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but you know, like just keep pushing forward and making connections, and like it sounds like you're doing a lot of the right things already. But yeah, if there's one thing that I recommend, try to find like a network of people who do this kind of stuff, and you know, get to know them, you know, share your projects together, all that kind of stuff. Because yeah, I feel like not only that, but it's like it's also this like energizing thing too, where like I worked on this game for 3 years before I showed it to anybody. And I was like getting so rock bottom with it, and it wasn't even about the game, it was just like my mental health. And it was like, I've been doing this for years, no one knows the game exists, I don't even know if the game is good because I've just seen it myself. And so I just like I was just like, the city's only a few hours away, which is kind of far, but not that, like it's like it's something, right? And I went to one of those indie game dev nights where like I didn't show my game, I just went there, I just met people and played their game, and it was awesome. And it's funny because like where I live, like I've literally never met another game dev in my life, like before this year, never. And then suddenly I'm in this room with like 100 other game devs, and like I lost my voice that night because I was just talking to people. It's just like, if you love games and you love game dev, it was just like that for me. It was like the best feeling ever. And I was like, all right, I'm coming back next one and I'm bringing my game. And I did that, and like people loved it, and it was so validating. And then people gave feedback, which was useful. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this. Like the people who did the game dev night, they did this convention called Play NYC, which I was told just a little bit bigger. I didn't realize they partnered with Anime NYC, which is a 130,000 person event. And then when I got the acceptance letter, it was like, welcome to Anime New York City. And I'm like, oh, oh. And it kind of just like threw me in the deep end. And there's something about that kind of just like, I just snapped to, and I just grinded. And but like I think it was the thing I needed, because it was like, you stay in your own bubble, it can get easy to like get discouraged, but when you're out there and you're talking to people, and people, you know, like I mean, you know, communities are different everywhere, but the one in New York City was just like so supportive, so awesome. It just really motivated me to like keep up with the things I love to do. And for me, it was like, it was just such a game changer for me. Don't hear of DigiPen, but from what I know, they're making game devs, and I recall them being in that area. Oh, that's cool. Do activities you can network with them. Yeah, definitely check something out like that. I've started applying. I got pissed because I have a company offer me a position starting at like 135. Couldn't accept because I don't graduate till next year. Oh, yeah, no, that would be a good job. But yeah, no, I've it's funny you say that, because I remember when I was in school, I applied to the company that I work for now, and this was like 12 years ago. But I worked at the local grocery store, and I remember I applied to this company to be an intern, and they wrote back and they were like, they're like, hey, would you rather just a job? And I was like, yeah. But they're like, all right, cool, like yeah, let us know when you graduate. I was like, so I had to like work my grocery store job for 6 months still, to continue living and finish my degree. But yeah, I don't know, maybe see if you can reach out to them and see if they can wait up for you. In the meantime, you can keep kind of applying around. And yep, it is a lot of people. Oh yeah, and yeah, no, I know you probably, so you just entered the stream, and you probably think that I neglect my cat and she's never been given attention in her entire life. I'm sure that's what it probably looks like to you right now. Trust me, ask anyone who's been in this chat for the last few hours. I have been petting her more than I've been developing this game. She is just a big ol' ham who demands attention. I've never met a more entitled cat. Okay, Zelda, I gotta work. So we're trying to let's debug some of the colors here. Oh man. See if I was able to. I can't like. Can I make this? Can I offset this? No, it's gonna like just gonna get it. Just gonna make it a different color. Actually. That's almost like a. I'm wondering if I really need to go for like darker ground a little bit to like have some of these things stand out more. I also feel like the glow should turn down a bit. It just doesn't look as pretty though. It doesn't look as pretty. I could do a thing where like it's kind of like where the enemies where I enter combat and they all kind of brighten up. I can do something similar with the ground, but I don't know. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I don't think I like showed you guys before, but like another thing I'm like kind of working with in the game is like to have everything like beat to the music. You know, like these orbs that like. Bye bye, Nico. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. From here, I weirdly dropped out of university because a coworker wanted me full time, but was already working as a student there for like 6 months. Dang. Yeah, I mean, that works too. I mean, it's funny, you know, like education is funny because it's like, I don't know, like I look forward to never going back to school ever again. Or it's like, I feel like it was just this thing to get my foot in the door for a job. And it's just like if I had to find another job now, you know, I've been at the same company for a long time. I've been like, you know, as happy as I could be at a place that's not my passion, right? You know, it's software, but it keeps me comfortable, and it'll. The other thing about my job is I'm actually technically part-time, and what that really means is I'm allowed to like work hourly, right? Basically I have my salary, but I'm treated hourly with it, where I need to work at least 30 hours and I can still work up to 40 hours. And it's just like stuff like that for like certain companies is like so great for me as like a solo dev here, because I can just work 30 hours a week if I need to, in order, like if I'm, you know, really trying to, you know, do something with my game. But at the same time, if I need to hire my artist and I'm really like kind of, I need a little extra money this week, I can work 40 hours, you know? It does sound perfect, but it's also just one of those like, I mean, to be real, like I mean, it's still a very stressful job, and it's still a job. It's still a day job. It's still like, you know, it's like, I would like, if I could do this all day, every day, I would be so happy. And, I actually had like a breakdown a couple years ago where I quit. And I was just like, I can't, like, I'm gonna do the game full time, and I'm gonna like, I'll figure it out, right? And I was just having a mental breakdown. And my boss's boss, my boss's boss, or my boss's boss's boss, I can't remember. He's definitely the boss's boss now. He called me on the weekend and was just like, please don't. What can we do for you? So I took a 3-month off, like, vacation, and then he basically let me come back and do anything I wanted, which ended up just doing what I was doing before. But yeah, it's easy to like, it's all perspective, you know what I mean? It's so easy to like gain like a bad attitude about something in your life when it's like someone else, you know what I mean? Like you just said, oh, interesting, sounds perfect. And like, you know, it could be, you know, maybe my situation is better than yours, right? And but it's so easy to get like blindsided and like just upset when all you're doing is working and just grinding away. And it's just like, yeah, my job allows me. It's like I do feel grateful to have the job that I have, because I feel like if I did work at, there's a lot of other companies that I wouldn't be able to keep a day job and do this at the same time. Like another thing, like I work from home, so you know, I don't have to worry about like commute time. That might be ending soon though, unfortunately, but either way, I do feel like I'm in like a very good situation to be doing what I am right now, but at the same time, I really would love to do this full time. It's amazing. Love that they wanted to keep you in that way. Well, here's the thing. And this was news to me. There's a lot of bad engineers out there. There's a lot of people who just get a degree and they get a job and they just suck. They just suck. And I think that, you know, like it's weird. Yeah, like, you know, like I said, I'm not gonna name my company, but they are a very big, you know, they're a very big company for this country, and it's amazing to me because it's like, they're one of the main companies in my area that has opportunities for software engineers, right? And like I grew up in this town where everybody who is living comfortably, you know, their dad or mom worked at this company, or maybe another couple others, and it was just like, it was always like kind of that, like you look up and like, oh, they're so like, wow, like they got to be so smart, and like that, like that's the dream, right? And then you like get there and it's like, no, these people don't know what the hell they're doing. And then there's always like the 5, you know, you have a team of like 20 people where it's like 5 people are useless, 10 people are like, yeah, they're bad, and then like 5 people are like geniuses, and like they just carry the whole team. Such a difference between the engineers that dev because they enjoy the craft versus the one who just chasing the, absolutely. And honestly, that's like, I don't know, like there's definitely like the engineers who are like, they are a parent, they're a family person, you know what I mean? Like they're there, you know, and you can't blame the person for that too, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, it's the people who love what they do that are like the hyper nerds. And the funny thing is like, I don't even feel like one of those people, but sometimes there's just people who are really dumb, and it's like, I do feel like, that type of person sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. You get all sorts of people in the professional industry. It's funny. I feel like life in general has just been like this constant, like looking up and being like, they know what's going on. Those are the smart people. Those are the people in control. Like they are the one. And you get to that level and you're like, no one knows what the hell they're doing here. It's just kind of funny. All right, let's see what this error was. It did not get very far. And I don't even know if he's still in the chat here, but and I don't know what the hell I'm looking at either. Hold up real quick. Okay. I just removed your username and stuff just so it's not just sitting out there. Yeah, what the heck is happening here? Didn't get very far. Allocation, system out of memory. Oh. Could not allocate memory, system out of memory. Trying to allocate. Oof. Trying to allocate 268 gigabytes. Wait, no, megabytes. Oh, no. That's not unreasonable, right? It's a quarter of a gig. That's not unreasonable. Well, that is, wait, for a texture. Oh, a single texture. Ooh. This is something that, okay, so this has to do with texture packing, I believe. And this is something that I've cleaned up in the past. So it's possible that I've got some textures in there that are just really, really large. Like for instance, the tile map textures are particularly large, because I'm using 512 by 512 pixels, and so like I think that like the 16 by 16, yeah, I don't know, there's like a certain type of texture I have in the game that like if I don't compress properly, will be like a quarter of a gig itself. And so I wonder if it does seem like that texture failed to create 2D texture with 8192 by 8192. Oh, okay. This actually does tell me a lot. So thank you very much for sending me this. Yeah, it's like perfectly fine to be a person who clocks in and out, but then at the same time, the people who actually know their stuff is generally people who just find it fun and is curious about pretty much everything. Yeah, absolutely. And then, but honestly, there are people who are just like absolutely useless, and like it's like, what do you do all day? And the thing is like it really depends on the company you work for. Again, not gonna say who I work for, but they're like they have so many like regulations in place, and like the employee is actually protected a lot, and it's good, right? But then there's people who can like really take advantage of this. The way it works is like you can literally not do your job for like 3 months, and like they can't fire you. They have to there's so many steps to get a person to like be fired, and like the last one is like basically give them a task and give them a deadline. It's like 2 weeks or something like that, like a sprint or something, and they have to do it in that time. If they do it, they get to keep their job, so they just go back to doing nothing again. It's crazy. And like very few people have I seen like truly be that useless, but it's happened before. I remember one guy, he didn't do anything for 6 months, and like we were trying to tell the manager like, look, like this guy does nothing. And like one of my coworkers actually like tracked his away time on Instant Messenger and like gave it to my manager and in HR, and they were like, you really shouldn't be like doing this on your own. Like you're not really supposed to like investigate this stuff. And it's just like so stupid. And eventually they like gave the guy that like, all right, you got to do this in 2 weeks. And he was just like, I'll just leave. I'm good. He's like, and he like told me on the side, he's like, yeah, I've been making video games on the side. It's like, oh, so you literally just haven't been doing your job. You've just been taking a check for 6 months. It's the same here. Also quite good severance package. Yeah, we don't get that. But if you get fired, I still paid 4 months pay. Oh my God. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. The overhead on some of this stuff is wild. Okay. So actually, no, this I can work with this. This is like one of those things where it's just like, I've been working on this game in my bubble for so much that it's like, there's certain optimizations that I haven't made. And it's not because like, I'm not like intentionally neglecting it. It's more of just like, you know, all this time, I'm only been I have to start paying attention to this stuff basically, where it's just like, oh, these textures are like adding gigs to the executable, and you have to learn more about like textures and just like how they're indexed and stuff, because I am using some pretty large textures, 8192 by 8192, and I'm pretty sure I've heard that like this one and the next one up does have like some incompatibilities with like certain systems. I don't know if you know much about that, Dax, but like when I don't remember where I've heard it from, but this is probably where you need multiple modes, so there's one for lower end devices. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, because I know there's all like I do use like MIP mapping, but like it's kind of the opposite, right? That's where you have a really high res texture and then you lower the res on it dynamically during runtime if it's a certain distance away. If you're not really taking advantage of that resolution, there's like savings there, right? That's how I understand it. And so I do some MIP mapping, because one of the things I went into this game in the beginning was even though it was like really like it's all 2D, I wanted it to be like higher res 2D, where like I'm on a 512 by 512 unit, which is massive, right? But that allows me to like really do some cool things, like zooming in quickly and like seeing the finer details to all the textures. But there's also some trade-offs for that I've learned, like design wise, like for instance, like certain fine details just don't look good when they're smaller, and it creates like noise that doesn't work very well. Yeah, MIP maps are just good for less aliasing. Okay, but technically more mem is required because you do need to have the multiple layers loaded. Okay, but that doesn't help with what you were just saying though, because those other layers are generated off of the larger layer, which you still need. So it's like in this guy's situation, it's the problem of loading that texture in the first place. So you haven't even gotten to MIP mapping or anything yet, and the MIP mapping wouldn't even have, like, the MIP mapping is like a distance thing, right? Like a resolution, like, you know, or rather like what's the space on the screen, what's the resolution of the texture versus the pixels that it's consuming on the screen, right? So yeah, that's like completely different. So yeah, I am aware of that being a like unoptimized thing in my build right now. Or pack my textures differently. Yeah, I feel like I've already I feel like I did this a while ago. Like I had this issue and I already solved it, and then I completely forgot about it, forgot the solution, and then I started adding textures again, and I just haven't kept up with it. Like I actually kind of curious if I like compared how like this tile map to that tile map, if there's anything that's, nope, nothing's it looks like they actually match. But yeah, I'm using none for compression, which is awful. Ah, yes, here we go. Okay, yeah, I'm using normal quality compression on these. Okay, I think at some point, I bet it's these textures. And the fact that there's no compression on them. So yeah, I'm actually gonna try to fix this relatively soon. So X, I don't know if you're still in the chat or not. but I do have your Discord stuff now, so I'll reach out to you, and I'm gonna try to fix this up soon and get you a new build. And if you could test it out to me, out again for me, that would be super rad. And I actually appreciate you going through the whole hassle of getting me this config file, because I'm very happy that I was able to figure it out from it. I was worried it was going to be one of those, like, who knows? But yeah. Oh man. Well, honestly, guys, it is getting close to midnight here. I have my job tomorrow. But oh man, it was a great stream. Like, how many people do we have in here? We have 8 people now, but we had like a bunch of people for a long time. That one raid was awesome. Like I said before, I'm kind of I won't say new to this, but you know, I've been working at trying to build a community for a while, honestly, probably a year now. But I was very casual about it for a while, and I've been taking the streaming and the Discord stuff and the dev diaries and posting the builds and all that kind of stuff a lot more seriously. And yeah, seriously, everyone who was chatting tonight, thank you very much for hanging out, and you made it a super fun stream, and hope to hear more from you guys sometime. Yeah, definitely stop by. I know it's Monday, but I do normally try to stream Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. The Saturday is like kind of iffy because I feel like no one ever, like, it's like a midday Saturday, and I do Tuesday and Thursday evenings. But I'm also sometimes I just turn on the stream just for the hell of it, and you know, it's one of those things where it's like with game dev, it really depends on what I'm working on, because sometimes it's like great content and, like, you know, like working out colors and stuff, and then other times it's not very good content, like I gotta work on this script, or I have to, like, you know, do spine config stuff, or I don't know. But oh, it's 5:30 a.m. there. Whoa. Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. You saying you're from another country. I didn't know what direction it was, but yep, that's the later direction. I should probably get ready for work. Good closing off point for you. Okay, cool. Hey, well, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed the stream. I appreciate everyone who came by and followed me and chatted with me. This is probably one of the best streams I've had in the game dev category. I didn't even realize that there was this many people interested in game dev. You know, all 10 of you. But yeah, no. Thank you very much, guys. It's been fun. All right, I'm gonna cut it there. Yep. I'll see you around, guys. See ya.